Yes, people, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome to another Blue Morning Show. Let's get into it right away. Quite a lot to talk about. We'll talk about Malo Gusto. We'll talk about Enzo Fernandez, Moises Caicedo, and possible Mac Allister. And also be looking out there for any breaking news because a lot of stuff will be going on. We're just how many days before the end of the transfer window? Just 3 days, just about 3 days, and we'll keep you updated. So again, thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Let's get into it as usual. I will start by going through what we already have in the chat. Let's see what we have there already. Again, the first person again, yep, Liam Lane as usual. Blue Morning Kachila panel and chat. And please do let me know if you can hear me. I believe you can hear me because I can see the signal in my front. Yep, it says again, please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel grow and reach a wider audience. Yes, let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. Let's see if we can get to 300 likes today. Again, let's move on. The way Casado is behaving for me is totally unprofessional, and personally, I would rather we get Enzo at all costs. Someone acting like Casado, it shows again, it shows a bad mentality to me. Let's just say again, the only thing I say there's a lot more to it than we know. Maybe there's an agreement again somewhere, some gentleman agreement which states that okay, if a bigger club comes and they're paying enough money, that they should let him go. Probably he's seeing it as if the I don't know. That's just me speculating. Maybe he's seeing it as a Brighton being greedy, even though they paid just four million for him. Now they're getting around again something in the region of 60 plus million. They still don't want to sell him. We don't know. But I get your point. If really the case is again down to his behavior, they didn't have any agreement in place, then yeah, I would say Chelsea don't even go for him. But I bet you there's more to it than we know because he was calm and again before was willing to again finish the season with them before he tries to look forward to going to another bigger club or whatever, however you want to refer to it. If my argument makes any sort of sense to you, yes, people, please keep liking the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're at 25 likes already, which means we're really moving fast. So thank you so much. I am surprised that nobody from our current squad have been sold. Yeah, here's the thing, Lamatu. I hope you're doing well. The truth remains, and Liam Lane, by the way, I hope you're better now, brother. My apologies that I haven't reached out to ask how you're doing. Again, I have so much going on now, but I should do that next time. Hopefully there isn't a next time. I do believe here's the thing. Our squad is thin already. The most important thing is that we're bringing in players. So if he ends up being the problem being us not finding buyers for the ones we have already, I don't have an issue with that. Then it just means we have a big squad. So I think, yeah, I think the club will most likely sell some players if they're getting all the players. If we're getting all the players we want, but I wouldn't be surprised if by tomorrow we're hearing about 2, 3 players leaving. So let's just wait. That's the least of my concern. The most important thing is just sign the players we want again, and yeah, that will make my day. Let me take a sip of my coffee so I don't lose my voice, and more importantly, wake up properly. Yeah, at least again, Ruben and Connor for maybe 50 or even 70. Those two players, I still don't think they will make the list of the guys that will be leaving. Big up, guys. Again, big up to you, Dominic, Maximilian, and Neche. And Neche, sounds like Idoma or Igala name. But let me know which one it is. Just welcome to the channel, and please keep liking the stream. And also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much for all the love. And again, I want to say thank you. And I want to say thank you to Liam Lynn for advising me to do so. Those of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other, again, don't want to participate in the chat, we sincerely do appreciate you. You provide value to the channel, and kudos to you. Please keep watching. And if you can, only if you can, take a second to drop a like on the stream. That will also, again, that does go a long way for us. So thank you, and thank you so much. Wally Waldo says, really disappointed we didn't get Gusto this window. If we waited until summer, like we were getting him in the summer anyway, we could have gotten him for free. No, it's a risk. It's a risk. We went for him. We were able to convince him, and he agreed to come to us. He agreed personal terms. If we leave it for summer, he'd have multiple options. And then the possibility of him changing his mind increases, if that makes any sort of sense to you. So I think again, I agree. And you could argue, yes, there's no chance. There's no way. There's no way, again, there's no way Leon would just, again, let him leave on a free. Again, they'd rather sell him now. But it's also a risk on our end too, even more risk on our end, because there may well be other clubs. Like, did you hear that there's also, again, another Premier League club tried to hijack the deal? So yeah, we've already, again, you could say we're not expecting too much this season. So let's just count that one out. Let's just count this season out and be patient with him. Again, it's just as the same thing as the Nkunku story. He didn't come immediately. We even have issues in the area where he'd be playing for us, but he's not coming until the summer. So we have to wait. Yeah, just sometimes patience does pay off. So, quite a lot of times, so to speak. If that makes any sort of sense to you, leaving him to summer is a huge risk, if we're being honest. And this one here, again, I don't agree with what Caicedo is doing as well. Again, it's kind of petty and unprofessional, in my opinion. That's just the truth. But again, when you look at it, just say, you know what? We don't know. Again, we don't know anything beyond the surface. What we're hearing, all speculations. We don't know anything beyond that. So let's just be cautious as to how we call him unprofessional. Yeah, if that makes any sort of sense to you. And if you're in the chart, again, please stop using all caps. Stop using all caps. Again, the machine will keep deleting it. It's not a human being. And if you persist in using all caps, you would delete it. Again, and if I can still read your message, it doesn't have to be all caps for me to see it. It doesn't actually stand out. I have to scroll down and get to it before I see it. So making it all caps, it's just like that. It's no different from you yelling at somebody you're having a conversation with. So please, let's stop doing that. What else do we have here? And Phil R7, my bro. I hope you're doing well. He says, greetings, bro, and a happy weekend. Happy weekend to you too, brother. Can you please tell me the name of the artist that sang this song? I actually at one time stopped playing the song. It was Liam Lane. When I played it, Liam Lane said, that's a better song, because the other one is a rap song, again, a rap song that had curse words in it. So yeah, but good advice from Liam Lane. I agree. It is, but again, that one in particular is Past Life by JVNA. Past Life by JVNA. That's the name of the artist. Again, of the song we played during the start of the show. Let me see. Please, Boateng, stop using all caps. Stop using all caps. The machine is gonna ban you very soon. I don't know if you're listening to what I'm saying here. Just give me 1 second. I'll be all right with you guys. So yeah, there you go. You have that one there. Let's see what else I have in the chat here. This one says again, morning, happy that Chelsea will be buying Gusto, even if he joins in the summer. Yep, it's one talent you will not want to miss out on. We can cope until then, especially if Rhys James remains fit. Plus, as we can do a good enough job, maybe we should just play with a forward-back approach where he just sits and defends, not the wing-back approach. He can get the job done for us he can hold the fort for us until the end of the season. Smash the like button, says Francis Winter. Winter, I hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you again here, brother. Thank you so much. Big up everyone, Santiago Munoz, but Santiago Mudrik now. I hope you're doing well, my brother. Enzo Fernandez is not coming. You never say never. The new owners, again, they've done so much that, again, I don't question what they're capable of doing. Yeah, I think they can pull that one off if they're serious about it. Sounds good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. Let me see anything else. Yeah. Okay. Coach, again, I cannot tell Chelsea, again, it's not going to buy Lavia or Nana. If we did not get Enzo or Caicedo, again, yeah, even we can actually get Caicedo and still get Lavia. But let's see what the club does. There's no telling. And Prince Boateng, I hope you're doing well. Kuchila, I get your point, but look at the way Enzo is behaving. Again, keeping his head down, playing well, even, again, yeah, even though he really wanted to leave, yeah, that's a stark contrast between the two, the way the two players are behaving. But yeah, and like I said, I understand again your point about his behavior. It's unprofessional and it's a risk. What happens tomorrow if he wants to leave and we're not willing to sell? He starts behaving the same way. Yeah, but I get it. Again, that's what. But I'm still saying we should again. We shouldn't. We should again. You should say. Let me say tread. We should tread cautiously when we talk about his behavior because we're just saying things on a surface level and we don't know beyond what we're hearing what has caused him to start behaving like that. So, but that's, by the way, I am doing good. Thanks, Kachila. Awesome. The good news. And Eche is Igala. Yeah, but the same Igala Idoma, so I got it right. So thank you, my brother. Again, Dominic, Maximilian, and Eche, thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Let's see what else we have here. Big Up Boss, again, happy to join in today. Again, happy to see you, my brother. I hope you're well. The Prince. Welcome, the Prince. Again, Gusto had a contact with Leon until 2024, so wouldn't have gotten him on a free. Really? Until 2024, when 2023, so I'm not sure. But okay, that's fine. It makes sense, Coach, again. But didn't he want to join Chelsea anyway? Yeah, in the summer. That's the thing. He was willing to wait until the summer before he joins us. So something probably happened. I don't know what it is. Or maybe we tapped him. We tapped him to say, we want you. We want you now. Come join us. Come win the Champions League for us. We don't know which is it. So that's why I say, yeah, we should, again, be cautious as to how we say he's unprofessional. Something happened, really. Yeah, if that makes any sort of sense. Yeah, but that's, by the way, again, Coach, the Gusto deal is okay. Have favor, yeah, both parties, win-win for every situation. And to my brother Carlito, but nice to see you, bro. Noni Madueke, Kunku, Havertz, Mudryk, João Felix, best players again on the team. And those three, if they start, I don't think we'll be complaining too much about our midfield because the opposition, their main priority will be to stop the attack. Yeah, if that makes any sort of sense. But, bro, when you get a chance, share the link to your channel so that, again, everyone here can go check it out. For those that haven't subscribed, again, how far about Caicedo? Has he really handed over a transfer request? I'm not sure if that has happened. But the letter, the open letter, or let me say the statement, public statement, sounds, again, it sounds like he has done so. I don't know. But we'll see. But if it's done so, then I'm not sure how, again, how that can impact Brighton's decision or stands to keep him. I think that changes quite a lot. I'm not sure if he's done that, but we'll move on. We'll keep our eyes open. If we see anything to that effect, we will most definitely talk about it here. So Kalito, my bro, again, this is how you burn the world. Yep, those that are crying, keep crying. And again, I provide free tissue for those that are crying for the success of Chelsea Football Club. The young did not show up again at training today. The young man you're saying, Nathaniel Bossier, thank you for that. And Dominic, Coach, I believe Caicedo is not too much a big deal as Enzo. I believe Rice can do the same work as Caicedo. No. As much as I think Rice is a good player, Caicedo is more, should I say, I don't know if the term mobility will define exactly what I'm talking about. But that's, by the way, Bobby, if you see anything I'm reading you want to talk about, please, you can come in anytime. But I'm really trying to catch up before we go into the structured topics. How is it petty and unprofessional for a player to seek more professional challenge? He wants to go, and if they don't get it, we don't know what to tell them. That's Emmanuel Konadu. Thank you for again for that contribution there. Hope we still get Enzo. Big up again. I hope you're doing well. I am. East Coast of Philosophy, my brother. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well too. And this is how you get the heart icon to show up on the screen. If you're using iOS, there's a heart icon. If you click it, a small pop-up menu of different icons appears. And if you hit the heart icon or the 100% icon or other emoji or icons there, you will see it floating on the screen there, and that does go along with for the channel. So if you can, please keep doing that. We're at 42 43 likes right now. Let's get it up to 100 as soon as possible. The recruitment is good. It's left with the coach to bring out the best in this place. And again, my concern has always been the immediate future. But clearly, I think we're sorting that out. And then one more signing that's, let me say, mainly to me, for central attacking midfielder, you can say we've sorted nearly all the issues we have right now. The future, the long-term future of the club is really, really bright. Yeah, that opposition teams or even the fans would need glasses to look so it doesn't blind you. That's how bright the future is. Even the immediate future, I think, is sorted out right now. Gusto is blue, but on loan from Chelsea till summer, not like Nkunku that we pay in summer. We're paying for Gusto now. Yeah, that's the thing. All good deals for me. I take them both, and they're going to come in together. It's like, well, it's a French revolution at Chelsea, really. Nkunku, Fofana, Badiashile, and Gusto. Do we have 4 of them? That's Fofana the defender, not Fofana the attacker. Again, people acting as if they are a moral police. Again, if I was Caicedo, I would do the same. Again, there's all the aspect of what he's saying. Probably wants to earn more. He wants to earn more money, more importantly, although he didn't really elaborate on the poor upbringing. But that sentence of, again, poor upbringing alone shows you, again, he wants to earn even more money, if that makes any sense, that sort of sense for you. And the truth remains, it is business for all parties involved. It is business for the player as much as it is business for the club in question, if that makes any sort of sense to you. And again, Gusto's contract was actually running out this year. Yeah, exactly. I'm confused. +1 deal again on, so Leon could have extended. Oh, but the extension, again, the extension, I'm assuming, will only be possible if he agrees. Wouldn't that have been the case? You let me know. I really do want to know. I'm looking for something because some people did some talking. Some people stalked. Some people stalked, what's his name? Stalked Caicedo and found his social media account who he's following. I'm looking for it. Yeah, there you go. I found it. And I think I'm going to use that in a bit. Gusto's contract. Yep, I read that one. Thanks, bro. I got this one. Okay, you're welcome, brother. Gusto's contract at Lyon when he joined was a 3+1. Okay. And this again, I don't blame Caicedo. Football is about opportunity, and he doesn't want the opportunity to elude him. He just wants to leave Brighton. Again, earn more money. We'll all do that when the opportunity comes. But like I said, there's more to what's going on than we know. The Fulham game next Friday is the first game I'm excited about. You know why? And we don't know why, right? Okay. Agani, if you're awesome, may you please again forward me the details of the song. Okay. It's petty because he said it to the fans and not to the coach. Yeah, but he didn't he mention the name of the coach saying something? He's thankful and all that. Good day, everyone. Hope everyone, we're good. How about you? I hope you're good. Chelsea don't need Rice and Declan. It will be good for CFC. A lot of people think otherwise. That's Awa. Again, Terima, Emmanuel, nice to see you. And again, remember to like and subscribe, everyone. Get us to 100 likes as soon as possible. These days, again, we're averaging 200. So let's try and get it to 100 as soon and shoot for 200 as soon as possible. And I hope you're doing well, brother. I still haven't forgotten, again, my promise to support your cause. And I would do that. Support your cause. Yep, again, let me see what we have here. Apart from Enzo Fernandez, Chelsea need a Moises Caicedo, and it's possible. Let's see what happens there. Anything else? Big up Kuchila, Enzo, or Caicedo, Prince Moises. Enzo is going to be very difficult to get, given all the reasons too. So yeah, Caicedo for me, yeah. Again, extensions are only possible if the player agrees. Yeah, so that's why it would have been a risk for them. So thank you. We need a solid, dynamic, and visionary midfield to complement the attack. If not, they might struggle. You cannot build a house from top to bottom. You build from bottom to top, from foundation to the completion of the building. Yeah, I get it. Thank you so much for that. I learned that the coach took the squad to Seoul what's the term for it? Yeah, I know what you want to talk about there, but I don't remember the term. or the name mentioned. I need more explanation over this. Maybe Bobby knows, so maybe he talks about that. So let me highlight that question there. This one again, I love this sign is that we're making next season we will be a side to fear. Yep, even from now, actually. Hello guys, I hope you're doing well. Give me any update. I woke up now. Okay. Go wash your face and come back, then you'll be well awake to join us where we're at. No new update, except everything you heard yesterday. They're still the same. No new update at this point, just pay attention. We'll get you updated. Mr. Asma, nice to see you. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. The name of the artist is JVNA. Yep. And the title of the song is Past Life. Yep. I like it. No words spoken in the one that I'm using. I don't know if there's a version where they actually, again, that has relics in it. So, yeah, but this one, I love it. So, Bobby, welcome to the panel, brother. How are you doing? I'm going to try to keep talking with you while Bobby unmutes his device. Usually, again, he struggles with it a bit. But
yeah,
that's
Coach.
why. Yeah, how are you doing? How are you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. Good morning. I don't know if it's morning over there, but
yeah, it's 4:01 a.m. It's still
afternoon.
morning. Yeah, I know it's noon for you already.
Yeah. So where are we?
I wanted to get your thoughts on people's concern about Caicedo's behavior. Him again putting out a public statement. Let's just stop there, because the fact him not attending the training was a decision of the board of the club, not his. For him to have put out a public statement, what do you make of that? Some are saying he's unprofessional. Some are saying he's being petty. But like I said again, we're just again judging from what we're hearing. But if you ask me, I'd say we should be cautious, because there's a chance there's more to what we're seeing on the surface. Your thoughts?
My thoughts is clearly the bids, especially the bid from Arsenal, has rattled him and has turned his head. This is a 21-year-old kid. He left his country. He's flown thousands of miles away. He came out of poverty and he's seen an opportunity. Often children that age, especially young males, they take their opportunities through the barrel of a gun.
And a lot of responsibility on them, though, too, more importantly.
Well, this is it. I mean, they take their opportunities, as I've said, through the barrel of a gun. This kid has a talent. He's utilized it. I saw a very emotional picture of how he said goodbye to his parents at the airport before coming to England. And the opportunity for him to change his life and the life of his family is too much for him to bear. So I get that. And I think Brighton largely get that as well. That's why they've told him to stay away till the 1st of February. Now, I will be sad for him if Brighton punish him. I think the club really has to take a look at itself to some extent. I appreciate they don't have the coffers of the clubs that are after him. But, you're paying this guy £2,500 a week. You bought him for 4 million. And you're getting astronomical offers. There comes a time where you have to cut your cloth according to your size. You know the environment with which you're in. Yes, it's good to have ambition. Yes, great, fantastic that you were able to unearth this player. But for the sake of freedom of trade, do you need to now more or less hold him a prisoner, make him feel guilty that you unearthed him and you brought him out of poverty, you brought him to this country? I just think it seems a little bit too manipulative. It does. The stance they're taking, is it fair? Is it fair? This is what so-called smaller clubs need to consider. You're in an environment that's very cutthroat. If you produce a very good player it's
Mhm.
probably better that you have some sort of succession plan on the way, because it's quite likely that the big fish will come calling. This is the nature of the beast. And there's only the only way you can become a big fish yourself is probably to make money from these smaller players and build up your own financial resources. For example, if they were able to offer Caicedo the sort of income these bigger clubs could offer him, they'll probably have an argument.
Yeah, and
But
they'll probably try to keep him. Try
well,
to again,
well, they can't.
let's up your salary.
Well, they can't do that, can they? They can't change their wage structure for one person. You can imagine the problems it will bring to their dressing room. The truth of the matter is that they cannot keep up with these big clubs. The big clubs can pay, for example, the average player in their dressing room anything upwards of 70 to £100,000 a week. Brighton cannot do that. If Brighton offer him 70, 80,000 pounds a week, how do you think the other players will feel who are also on 2,500 a week? And do they have the resources to pay everybody close to that sum of money? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mhm. And
So,
again, coming down to even again, let's say you I think you talked about everything. Again at the end,
no, I haven't
to
talked
me,
about everything. I still have
no, no,
some point.
no. There was something I was going to mention specifically, but go ahead. Let me let you drop before I come in and catch up with what we have in the chat. Just go ahead, brother.
So basically, Brighton have a decision to make. Yes, they can stamp their foot and keep the player, but deep down in his heart, you would have lost something for him and the club. He will play for you, but he will hate you for robbing him of his chance. Two, you can promise him that in the summer you let him go, yada, yada, yada. Okay. But what if he gets injured before then? You know, you're losing something again in his approach to games.
Hmm.
And, you know, I think, you know, come the summer, can they put people into a bidding war for him? Yeah, possibly. Possibly, you know, definitely the likes of Chelsea would be circling around. Arsenal will probably come back if they haven't shifted to Declan Rice, and you know there maybe other clubs will come in, so maybe they can earn more money. But one thing I think they have to realize is that these clubs will have a limit, and I think the offers are getting close to the limit. I don't see Arsenal offering more than 65 million for him. I don't see Chelsea going more than 70, and anybody else coming with anything north of that, well, good luck to you, but it's too much. It's excessive and it's silly money. So if I were Brighton, I'll sell him this January. It doesn't look like they will, but I would sell him. Trouble is, I want him to come to Chelsea, but
All right.
for them, they have to sell him to the highest bidder this
Yeah.
January.
Yeah, it's
That's it.
business for everybody involved. So if they're seeing it again as to again, they have to sell him to the highest bidder. Then the player himself has to go to a club where he'd be earning a lot of money as soon as the opportunity calls for. This you don't have to delay the player. Excuse me, let me get more coffee for myself. So it makes sense. And on a human level, if they truly care about the player, just let him go. You're making him more than again. That's how much they paid £4 million for him. So
Yeah,
in
it's
percentage,
ridiculous.
that's nearly 1,000 plus percentage. I haven't done the mathematics, but again, it's more than 500%. Yeah, isn't it 4 million? But
Yeah, I really think they should let him go this summer.
yeah, they should.
This January. You know, I don't see this. They're not doing something that's making themselves look credible. You know, clubs like to make themselves look tough and look, oh, you can't just push us over. You know, this stuff that Leon's doing, this stuff that Benfica's doing. You know, oh,
Hmm.
you can't just. But there comes a time where the reality kicks in, and the reality is you are not that club that you're trying to pretend to be. And this guy, you're making yourselves look dictatorial, almost like slave masters. You can't block trade. It's like you working for a company and then another company comes to pay you big money and offers 1,000% to that company, and then your bosses tell you you can't leave, you will look at them as spiteful. In fact, it is spiteful to some extent. And how can your output, no matter how disciplined and professional you are, mentally, you will be scarred by that, and it'll affect your performance. I don't care who you are. You will not be that 100%. So let him go. Look at it again, aim for the next highest bidder, and let him go. That's my opinion. Whether they will or not is left to be seen.
Yeah.
I think today, sorry, before I shut up, I think today will be very key for many things in the transfer market today. Today's Saturday, because Monday and Tuesday are really days for these players to actually be coming in. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, that's a saying that says if you love a bird, you let it go. I think the whole thing they're doing is about money. It's not about him finishing the season with them and helping them do well. I think it's about money overall. They want more money, and they believe they can get more money. But the direction it's going right now, it's not going to end well. But there's no clarity as to whether he's handed in a transfer request. We don't know. But that's, by the way, I'm going to try to get what we have in the chat, and I'll try something. Let me know if what I'm trying, I'm not going to say what it is, if it's too loud for you, in case because I'm fearing if you have earpiece on, that's a chance it's a bit too loud. But I'm going to do that. And again, before I catch what we have, catch up with what we have in the chat, I want to be using that anytime we want to switch. Okay, I hope that wasn't too loud. Let's see what we have in the chat here. I've read this one. Yep, again, and please keep liking the stream, guys. We're already at 71 likes, which means we can hit 100 as soon as possible. But that is only possible if you keep liking the stream. And if you're watching, you cannot participate in the chat. Please take a second to again drop a like on the stream to help us reach more people. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see what we have here. The Prince, somebody's talking to you here again. There are plenty of army training places near Cobham. So again, the bonding can help them. So it makes sense. So yeah, it's an army training ground. They were taken there, and the purpose is for them. Again, it's for bond. Let me just say, it was done for bonding purposes, and I hope it works out. Again, please watch, like, and subscribe to Jampot's channel. Again, the YouTube channel to help expose more Jamaican football talent. Help these youths again to have a chance at a better life. Yep. Again, and I promise you, I'm going to support your channel. And your cause. Actually, I haven't forgotten, but we'll talk about that in a bit. I'll support your cause, mates, most definitely. The war between Arsenal and Chelsea is on Caicedo to Chelsea, and we'll see. I think the player, if anything, will have the upper hand, except if Arsenal beats more. That's the only reason why he may end up joining Arsenal if he's desperate to leave now. But if we can pay up, he most likely comes to us. Potter taking Chelsea squad to meet soldiers in bid to build a team spirit is ridiculous. Is that how you see it? It's bonding, but it may well be a difference. Let's see. He has a degree in emotional intelligence. Maybe that's what he finds out. Will go a long way. Again, Arsenal have broken the record of the quickest rejection, 60 million. We don't want that. That's a heartbreak. But I get your argument there. Do you think Potter is a coach that can turn us into a side to be feared? Especially with all these young talents that we are buying and developing from our academy. Yes, he's capable. There's no talent until the end of the season, so I'm not going to say again a straight up yes. I say again he's capable of doing that. He's a human being, but let's get to the end of the season. Let's see whether he do that. Again, he's the man. We don't have enough sample now. There's an argument against and for him. But for me, I have some question marks over him. I've seen some improvement, and I'll take it. Hopefully, again, we'll start winning games. Chelsea is the club I support. If he does well, Chelsea will do well. Okay, that's your opinion. I'm not going to start that argument here today. Again, Fabrizio Romano. Again, Konadu, but it's okay when the team terminates or sell a player when they're form deep. Again, on the other hand, when a player wants to leave, he is a petty. That's a solid argument too. Yeah. In my opinion, Brighton shouldn't back down from the 100 million fee they slapped on him. Really? Which means she don't want us to buy him. But let's see what happens again. Let's see what happens again. It seems that there's a psychological issue with the squad. That's why they apply that method. Possibly. Again, there's a chance that's the case. But we move on. Yes, guys, keep dropping the likes on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let's see again. That will go a long way for us. Psychological issues with the squad. Pretty sure. So just psycho. It's not like the soldiers have doctors, and Chelsea all the way. I'm sure you know exactly what you're doing. It's just the environment. I don't know how else to phrase it. But that's, by the way, again. This again in real life. This was something that's called bonding exercises, like going to a sports arena, like playing tennis, bowling, going for bowling together, swimming together. All those things do go along. Or like visiting. Like what they did, it's a bonding exercise. It doesn't mean, I know you know quite well, that doesn't mean the soldiers are doctors. But yeah, that's I like every now and then I like to see humor there. Anything more than 70 million, it's mad. But we're gonna take 75 million to 80, which is madness. Okay. This is, you must be a West Ham fan trying to get him. The fact is, I think he remains at the club. The only thing that will make the club not to extend his stay, it will be again how much he's asking for again the increase in salary, if that makes any sort of sense. So you Potter will start Raheem over Mudryk. Let me tell you this. I get it, and I fear that could happen. Maybe in a few games, maybe just out of respect for Raheem Sterling. But he can actually accommodate them both. Sterling can play on the right-hand side, actually, or can start as a false nine. But that will get the owners to start asking questions, given how much they paid for the player. But let's see what happens. I'll wait to see. I'd be surprised if during the next game Raheem Sterling is fit and Mudryk starts over him. But I think, you know what? I think Mudryk will start over Raheem Sterling as long as they begin his feet. Yeah, I don't know where he pulled that excuse to say he's dropping him for Raheem Sterling. Why are Chelsea not going for Abdul Sales Samid from Lens? Again, proper box to box and the best DM in the French league. I don't think we're really looking for traditional DMs. Maybe box to box, yeah, maybe that will make him work. And if you're sending messages, can you again in most cases, especially more. Mount out he is fraud. Can you actually bulk those messages together than sending them one by one? You're gonna, the machine that's policing the chat, it will ban you from the, again, it will time you out. Caicedo wants Arsenal. Okay, I see. Okay, that's, by the way, I'm not gonna read your comment again. I just going to make a cup of coffee. That's important. Go for it, brother. We want Rice and Enzo. Okay, go take them. Let's see. Again, now the Caicedo has put in a transfer. Has he really? A transfer request. Please let Chelsea sign him immediately. Paul Sampson, has he? I don't know. I haven't heard anything saying specifically that he's done that. I think we're just maybe assuming he'd done that given his public, the statement he released publicly. Yes, people, keep liking the stream. We're at 76 likes right now. We need just 24 more to get it to 100. Thank you so much for all the support. The likes do go a long way. Hit the like button, people, says my brother from the Madiba land. Tibeho. I've been pronouncing his name wrong for like a million years until somebody in the chat said something. Again, hit the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel, people. Again, please do so. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that, brother. Big up everyone. And coach, what did I tell you about the new Moises Caicedo agency? You said that. And you did tell me something regarding Malo Gusto too. So yeah, again, a mount out again. He's a fraud now. Again, what a name? Yeah, I think campaign. I think you should be a fake Chelsea. Do you think he's a Chelsea fan, really? Let me see again. Raheem over Mudryk. Yeah, that's going to raise a lot of questions. Let me see what's going on here. Again, you should see the army again facilities, including sports facilities in is that called Aldershot? They even have the Army Golf again course there. Yeah, it's exactly, it's a bonding exercise. And you boy, nice to see you again today. Chelsea must get Caicedo again. This is a Potter player, but don't pay above 75 million, let alone 100 million pounds. It makes the Enzo deal less sense. Mudryk 62 million plus, Caicedo 75 million equals to Enzo price. Yeah, if that makes any sort of sense. Mudryk and Sterling, they can play they can play together. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to stop reading his contributions. He's contributing. He provides value, but I'm going to start skipping his contributions there. Yes, bro, Caicedo. Yes, bro, Caicedo has actually put in a transfer request by announcing publicly he wants to go. I didn't know that amounts to him, or that means he's put in a transfer request. So I don't know the rules. I've heard a lot of people say if he really wants to join us, if he really wants to leave, he should put in a transfer request. I don't have Bobby right now. I would have asked him again, are there any rules that says when a player puts in a transfer request, you have to let that particular player go? So that's what I want to know, because all the fuss, all the noise about, I've heard mostly some Chelsea fans say, yeah, if he wants to leave, if he wants to join us, let him put in a transfer request. So let's see what difference that makes, really. Yeah, but that's, by the way, I'm moving from that one. Now for Fernandez, am I the only one thinking Danilo is a perfect fit and a deal could be done? Danilo, I haven't done my research. I don't know that player, I have to be honest. We talk of a trust on the field of playing, which every player needed. Okay. Soldiers exercise and activities are all about a trust, trusting each other. Yeah, that may well be it. Yep. Again, trusting your teammate to watch your back. Get Caicedo this January in pre-contract agreement with Enzo for the summer. That one probably I don't see the possibility there, but let's see what happens. Positions? Which positions does Caicedo play? Box to box. I think. Let me say. Do I think? I don't know if he's capable of playing the cover six role, fulfilling the cover six role, which I call a hybrid of 8 and 6. I'm not sure. I have to pay closer attention to him, but now it's even more difficult because I'm not sure when he's going to start for them again. It is useless if you buy it, but immediately loan it, even though Chelsea still need to cover for James, because Azpilicueta is old and Chelsea are still struggling in the UEFA Champions League. Here's the thing. I think, they probably have taken their time to think about it. They really did push to get him immediately because we have area in that position. We have a lingering issue in that position due to James not staying fit for a while now. Getting injured every now and then, and they probably took their time to look at it and say, okay, if we don't get this kid right now, which is the closest thing to Rhys James available on the market, we may not be able to get him in the summer. So we might as well get him. And don't be surprised if we get Dumfries this window too, because his agent was in London. Yeah, to speak to various clubs, not just us, if that makes any sort of sense. Okay, I'm back. Bobby says, okay, thank you so much for that. Malo Gusto, I know you were talking about him. Wesley Fofana did the same with Leicester City, and we finally end up signing him. Everyone like a comment, and coach broke his leg, so he's going to need a sub. The vibe! Big up, bro. Nice to see you, man. That one is hilarious, and thank you so much. Carlo cannot get Caicedo. There are still, again, Talisman or Ruben Neves. They are much better. I don't think Talisman is better than Caicedo. Maybe if we're talking about comparing who's close to, maybe Neves, but not Talisman. No, Talisman plays close to the final third, and his output, his you can say assist numbers and goals isn't something I would say let's fall heads over shoulders to get him. No, at least we are not buying. We're not buying. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. But that's by the way. Let's see what else we have to talk about here. Just quickly, quickly. And again, if you're watching, guys, keep smashing the like button. We're a few likes away to get it to 100. Just 17 more, so we'll shoot for 200. Wow, just an update here, a quick update from my brother saying Arsenal need to Arsenal and Chelsea need to go to 90 million pounds to sign Moises Caicedo from Brighton, with the players' rebellious actions leaving the club's stance unchanged. Okay, let's see what happens. Bobby, this question for you.
Yeah.
I want to ask you: a player putting in a transfer request, what difference does it make? Is there any rule in place that says once a player does that, you have to let them go? Did this happen here during situations where we want a particular player and the selling club, is reluctant to sell? The fan base and some content creators saying, let him just put in a transfer request if he wants to join us. So I want to know, educate us, please. What difference does it make when a player does that?
In footballing terms, it means that they are more than happy to forfeit any bonus or benefit that could be coming their way should they have their contract immediately terminated by a transfer. Sometimes, if you transfer a player within while they still have their contract, they may have a percentage of that transfer, or they may warrant some sort of fee within that transfer. And certainly their agents, the same thing. But a lot of transfer requests forfeit that. And also, it's a written indication to the club that they formally would like to leave. Now, is it binding? No. It doesn't supersede the contract you have unless there are terms within the contract that say it does, which is highly unlikely. But it's a formal indicator that look, you really want to leave. That's all it is.
Does it in any way that it change the asking price?
Not really. It doesn't, but it can influence the extent. I mean, if the asking price is discouraging clubs from buying this player, it can influence it in that, look, you've got an unhappy player. They formally told you they want to leave, and if you're pricing them out of a sale, it's clearly demonstrating that you're in breach of the player's requests. I just think, Chelsea should get Caicedo, put the money down. I said this yesterday. I don't think it's up to 90 million. And if it is, any sensible club will never walk away. Really. No, it will never. Put it down. I think it will go perhaps, and that's a very big perhaps, as high as maybe 70 maximum, 65 most likely. Put the money down and just talk to Brighton. Chelsea have Brighton people in their midst. So just be calm. Talk to Brighton. Say, look, okay, we've done this deal for Gusto, and we've let him go back on loan. Let's do the deal for Caicedo, and we'll let him go back on loan. That way, everybody wins.
Do you know why I don't think the club will go for that? The last option you talked about, because it just looks as every player was signing. I think the aim is to try and win the Champions League. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yes, the aim, of course, is to try and win the Champions League and to qualify for the Champions League. Absolutely, but that doesn't mean to say that you forfeit your future. We've identified this player as one of the key players that will help our midfield going forward. There's nothing wrong with securing the player. It's like what we've done with Gusto. We've secured him for next season, which is, you can't ignore next season where we're having a squad overhaul, and we will look for temporary solutions. And we could do the same with Caicedo and maybe pick up someone else on loan. That's when a discussion could come in for that guy in Everton for a loan spell, or we have to be a bit imaginative in this, or find ways with what we've got. I know it's not ideal, but there are ways around it. I think the ultimate objective is that with this player, just secure the player.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what I'll do
Yeah,
if
it
I
makes
was in
sense.
that position.
Yeah, it makes sense because if the only option if the only viable option is that we miss out on the player, just secure the player, and we'll find a short-term solution. And no, nothing says we cannot. And I think there's a chance the club may still bring in Dumfries, and we'll still have the kid. Also, maybe Rhys James will start playing in the midfield area come summer because he can do that quite well. He played there for Wigan and emerged their player of the season playing centrally there, if that makes any sort of sense. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I don't think Porter is that dumb to start stalling out the Mudryk. What a joke. Yeah, he'd have a lot of questions to answer if it happens once, but if it keeps repeating, then yeah, he'd have to. Neves will not cost 90 million, but is he the quality we need? Is what? How old is he right now? I'm not going to talk about Mount right now. I'm just going to avoid that topic because I don't want to go into that argument. If that makes any sort of sense to you, apologies in advance. Again, a blessed good morning again to my Tulsa family. Chadrick Ebans from Jamaica. But, Wagwan, brother, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Here we have Arsenal want a midfielder. Why aren't they going for Neves? Who's cheap? I don't know. To me, my theory, are you sure Brighton aren't doing this with Arsenal because they just sold Trossard to them and say, help us drive the price up? We don't know. Arsenal and Chelsea need to go 90 minutes. Yes, again, I've seen similar report that I just read. The one you shared with me, actually, Taboho, need to go 90 million pounds to sign Moises Caicedo from Brighton with the players' rebellious actions, leaving the club stands unchanged. Yeah, let's see what happens. I don't really see the force with Caicedo. He plays in a really well-oiled team in great form, but in isolation, his skill set aren't that extraordinary. We already have his profile in Zakaria and Kante. Maybe Zakaria. Kante is a bit different. Kante is way better. But I get your point as to when he plays in isolation, it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen, but we have the same man that got the team to start playing as a unit as well as they're playing before even the new manager arrived. But that's an excellent, that's a delicious argument, actually. Major, big up to you. I hope you're doing well. Otino Serens and Chelsea Club must move quickly to get very quality players so that Chelsea can become a very strong team and can win the England and the Champions Cup. And here's the thing, please stop using more than 3 emojis. The machine that is policing the chat will time you out. If that makes any sort of sense. A panel, again, if it was up to you, which player would you like to see at the club? I'm guessing Taboho already know the player I'm going to mention. Ismail Benessa of SC Milan. He's renewed his contract with them. He's stay with them, but his buyout clause is still just 15 million euros. That's a cheap buy, given the quality of the quality of a player that he is. Really, I'm surprised that we're not looking at him. Maybe we are, and I don't know. Yes, Taboho, my brother says again, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. 91 likes, and we're shooting to get to 10,000 subscribers soon. We're at 9,098 subscribers, and again, we're there because of your love. So much appreciation to you guys. There are orders like Onana and Lavia we can get for way cheaper, who would do just again as well as Enzo. The profile would really need playmaking CM, and it's worth that amount. Here's the thing: in the case of Onana, we've gone again. We tried for him. We tried signing him, and he rejected us. That's according to the rumors. In the case of Lavia, it's complicated. It's not going to be that simple. And I'm sure Man City are watching his development. He's done quite well. He's just 19. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he's done quite well actually for his age. He's well. Again, if you see him playing, he's well advanced beyond his age. They have a forced refusal which means if anybody wants to buy him, I think Man City must be part of the process. If they say, okay, we don't need him, you can go ahead and sell him and something like that. So that complicates the sale of Lavia, which again, we tried to sign him last summer. I think during, again, at the point of that the transfer window was shut in, we went in desperation, if you ask me. We tried with 50 million or 55 million pounds and they rejected it. So yeah, it takes 2 seconds to hit the like button. What is the size of the button you're talking about, Taboho? It takes half a second to hit the like button, Taboho. Don't scare people. But I'm just kidding, bro. Yes, people, it takes half a second or 2 seconds. Again, even 2 seconds isn't too much to drop a like on the stream to help us reach more people. We're 93, 7 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. Chelsea must win the Champions League at least once in the next 3 years. Spending leaves Chelsea to win trophies now, regardless, and that is a good thing. Potter must turn up as well as these players. Very well said. Boy, nice to see you. Recalling Dujan Starling, if possible, would be an option. I don't think if the option is there, you'd be hearing about it right now, if that makes any sort of sense. Coach's top 4 are viable from here. Mathematically still possible, and we've signed some good players. Mudryk is a different maker. Madueke is a serious different maker. He's a serious addition to the team. In terms of chance creation from the center area, those players do have it. Just one more signing that you could say, let's say, even if we don't get again a defensive-minded player, if we can get a calm, like what you call a calm, a CAM, a central attacking midfielder that can create chances from the central area and help us diversify our chance creation. That way, all the chances we create wouldn't be coming from the flanks and on the carpet, which is very predictable. If we can diversify our chance creation, then no matter how teams play, even if teams defend deep, would still get goals, would still create quality chances, then yeah, you can say we'll make it to top 4. That's but again, it's still mathematically possible, but it's going to be very difficult because all the teams that are there right now will sign players too. Newcastle, they're one of the big boys right now. They're title contenders actually, given where they are, and they'll still make some good signings this window. Plus, all the recent performances, Alexander Isak actually has been out. He's going to still join the team, and I haven't seen San Maximo for a while now. Correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, they're very strong. So getting in there is going to be very difficult, but it's important if we can to get in there this particular window, because if we miss out, getting back in is going to be very difficult next year. And if we miss out in it from that next year, it becomes even more difficult. Never costs 80 to 85. That's still a lot of money too. Let's see again. Caicedo Neves is 25. Okay, Caicedo is the type of midfielder Chelsea need: quick, dynamic, and physical. Enzo will complement him perfectly. Thoughts on Jose coming back? Here's one thing: if he comes back, we will win. We will win stuff. But one thing again, you won't get is progressive football. Jose as a manager for me hasn't progressed. What he still again has is that winning mentality, win at all costs. And you could say he's a great tactician actually, but his overall approach is very predictable. I don't know how to explain this so you understand that. Do I think there's a chance he comes back? Yeah, there's a chance they all say, okay, let's go to somebody who will help us win stuff. Then later we can plan on making changes to play a more attractive football, because you will never get that from him consistently. Again, sometimes what he does is I just want to win. I don't care how dirty it is. And football has moved beyond that. Again, you attract some section again of football loving people if you play attractive football, if that makes any sort of sense. But that's, by the way, let's see. Your coach, in my opinion, we should get either Enzo or Caicedo, and then get one. Get one. We don't get one this window in the summer. Caicedo is insane, and he's only 21. Pure class, and so it's Enzo. Both of them are good players, and it wouldn't hurt to have them both. But I don't see the possibility of us getting them both in the same window. Are we going to keep Dennis Zakaria? I'm not sure. We have to the end of the season to decide what we do with him. So with that, guys, I'm going to stop reading for a while now. Again, I will try the best I can to get your subsequent contributions in the chat, if that makes any sort of sense. Fahim Abdurrahman, Brighton set 90 million price tag for Arsenal and Chelsea for Moises Caicedo. Overpriced him. We should concentrate our efforts to sign Enzo. Maybe let me say that makes some sense if you get what I mean. Wagwan to you two again, Terence. Tips, I hope you're doing well. I don't want Jose. Again, no, I don't want him really. He wins stuff, but again, in a year or two, we'll start complaining. Given his preferred approach to football, if that makes any sort of sense. If that makes any sort of sense, again, we are going to switch topics. Please, pardon me. Now, this is the topic in question here. We're starting with this one. Bobby, you can come in anytime you want. This says, according to a Calcio Mercato where Tottenham will table a bid to sign Romelu Lukaku from Chelsea if Antonio Conte continues as their manager in the summer. Now, the rumors are already out there that Conte will leave at the end of the season. I'm not sure if that's the case, because if really Daniel Levy, if he wants him to leave, he'd fire him immediately to ensure they get a top 4 place. I'm not sure he leaves, so maybe he's trying to get him the players he thinks he can get for him to be successful. And we had Liam Lane respond to this, and what Liam Lane said here, exactly my thinking. Liam Lane says, look at Liam Lane's response to this this comment right here. He says, we would never be that lucky. Yeah, Bobby, are you there? You can comment. Your thoughts on this one. Do you think it will happen? To me, I think.
Yeah, I understand Liam Lane's sentiments. I find it hard to see Tottenham doing that simply because they would recognise that it would be doing us a favour. So I don't know. I don't know if Conte is going to be there this summer, but both ways, it seems too much like wishful thinking to me.
I think for a cut price, I think they jump on it. What do you think?
I don't know. Price, I really don't. I doubt it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You think so?
Yeah, I think because Inter also are looking for a cut price, which we've all talked about that. The whole thing they're doing is to get him on a cheap. Maybe if Tottenham pays a little more, would let him take him than what Inter are willing to pay. But you go ahead with what you were saying.
Okay. I mean, if there's a cut price to be negotiated, then I don't think we have a choice. It's either that or pay him off. So, I would definitely do it for a cut price. But I still think it's wishful thinking. I can't see it somehow. It'd be great if it happens, but I just can't see it.
Yeah, but whatever happens, still an L either way. Yeah.
Yeah, financially, there's going to be some money lost. Yeah. Nobody's going to come and pick him up for 100 million.
Mm-hmm.
And any of these clubs that are looking to get him will need to consider his wages. Who's going to pay him $350K a week? Nobody. And why would he do that when he doesn't have to? So it's still a difficult sale. That's why I say I can't see it somehow.
Yeah, so it doesn't really make sense in terms of what you just mentioned, Bobby, his salary. Because Tottenham, and they're not going to pay him anything close to that. It will cost them problems. Again, issues in their dressing room, because a lot of them are not earning close to what he's earning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not like Lukaku loves football that much that he said, okay, I'll take a pay cut. At his age, he probably sit out and wait for justice to say, okay, we want to terminate your contract. Come, let's talk.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see. I don't even believe the story, Coach. That's why I'm sort of lukewarm. I don't see it. I don't, who will do that? Why would Tottenham do that? Why would they pay his salary? Will he take a pay cut? Has he ever indicated he could do that? Okay, he did it a bit for Inter. Maybe there's I would need to see more to be able to believe or even discuss this story further.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
too
sort of
many
sense.
ifs to it, if you ask me.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Again, on to Sarah says because Chelsea's ability yesterday was not good. So a big team like Chelsea must go down on the field to keep winning and keep scoring lots of goals against the opponents. Okay, we'll see that. Better call for coach. Okay. Let me see again. Please, guys, keep liking the stream. What 102 likes right now. Let's shoot for 200 likes. We can do that, but only if you believe we can. So, but I strongly believe we can. So you keep liking the stream and let's push for 200 likes. What's the other signings Chelsea made? We signed Datro Fofana. We signed Andreas Santos. We signed Benoit Badiashile. We signed Mudryk. I'm sure you know, you're quite aware of that because that's his picture as your avatar. Am I missing anybody? We signed Malo Gusto. That's 5. Am I missing anybody? If you're in the chat, please help me. I heard he is from Morocco. Who exactly are you talking about? Coach, yeah, the like button again. Brighton, yep, again, we've read that too. Know about Caicedo is blue. He has followed many Chelsea players. Also, Cucurella liked his statement. Okay, we'll talk about it more. I believe we will finish in the top 4. Caicedo, Chadwick Ebanks, I hope that happens. Someone told me Chelsea will push for Enzo Fernandez until the end of the transfer window. But personally, I don't think we will get him. I think my friend and brother, Carlito Worldwide Chelsea, told me that too. Coach, again, it's sad to say top 4 isn't looking like a reality right now. Mathematically, still possible. If you ask me, also, if Potter doesn't make it to at least one final, I will be again the first calling for his head. But would they listen to you? I think what they'll be looking at the improvement, and if at the end the team improves well, then nothing changes. He keeps his job. If that makes any sort of sense to you. Let's see, guys. Again, I won't lie. I would love to see Enzo. A lot of us want to see him. Let's see what else we have here. Anything that we make a Jose come back here again we're not building for the future. Yep, Jose wants it now, but if you pay him well, he'd come and tell you. It will take a year or 2 for the team to click. Usually it happens. Then he'll be looking to leave. Please pay attention to this from Liam Lane. It shows you how to use the heart icons so that when you see on the screen. Let me try and pin that comment. Really, I can't find. It will be difficult to find it, but I'll find it and pin it so you learn how to use. Antonio Conte might leave. Okay, let's see. Let them take Lukaku, but it's not going to be simple given what Bobby just explained. I believe Chelsea should keep Dennis because he has the qualities of a world-class player, and the midfield is not our biggest problem right now. Here's the thing, keeping him, I think, until the end of the season before that decision will be made. We're not sure whether he stays fit or whether he keeps, getting injured or having fitness issues and all that. But that's by the way we're moving from that. Hi to my friend Lalo. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Yep, a share link and like. Yes, thank you so much. Khalifa Obeid, Aisha Maili, I think something like that. And I hope I got it correctly. Please do let me know. I love pronouncing people's name and pronouncing them correctly. But I didn't do that for Tobeho. I would agree with the cut price deal with Tottenham if they are willing to sell us one of their talisman. No, I wouldn't. If it comes to Lukaku, just pay whatever you can and take him. But like Bobby mentioned, his salary will most likely be a problem. So I don't see that happening. Let's see. Can Lukaku, the only ability left for him is to sweat all over. Let him go to. Here's the thing. I think he'd be bent on making money now, and we'll be in a rush to end his Chelsea career because he's earning quite a lot. I think we're paying what percentage of his salary? I don't want to pull numbers out of my wazoo and throw them at you, but we're paying a lot of his salary right now. So Inter could care less what happens. Not confirming any signings until it's on. Chelsea's install or in an official kit. CFC Nathan, I think that makes a lot of sense. Until you see the player wearing the Chelsea shirt, don't believe it's done. I don't think there's anything in that Lukaku to sponsor rumor. Even if Kane were to leave, I think they would rather invest in a younger player, again, pay less salary and all that. Yes, the argument will come into play that he had his best form under Antonio Conte, but the salary doesn't make any sort of sense. It will cause them more problem than good, really, if that makes any sort of sense to you. Keep building the likes up, people. Let's get it to 200 as soon as possible. We are at 103 likes. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are absolute legends. You should buy Son. I can imagine Chelsea picking up the phone and calling Tottenham and say, we want to inquire about Son. Is he available on the market? I can see the person answering the call to say, okay, now, bye-bye now. This, you must... If that makes any sort of sense to you, it will never happen. Signed 8 players, and Gungu joining in the summer, Gusto joining in the summer, but Yashiel, Felix Count, Mudrik, Fofana, Santos, and Madueke. Felix hopefully will make it a permanent. Wow, what a team that would be. And you could say if that happens, we've succeeded actually in overhauling the whole team even without knowing it. But that's, by the way, give Gallagher plus 15 million for Caicedo. Maybe they pay attention to that, but will the club be willing to do that? I don't think so. And again, when this game get a deal that involves a player, the question is again, will the player willing to do that? That also does come into play. If that makes any sort of sense to
you. The thing a lot of these fans,
go ahead.
Yeah, the thing a lot of these fans never take into consideration, the get rid of fans, I call them, is yes, that's another consideration. Would Gallagher want to do that? I mean, I'm sure he's earning more than Brighton can afford to pay him at Chelsea, and that's always a consideration for all our players. And secondly, I don't think Chelsea, with all the injuries we've experienced and the injuries we have coming back, is going to get rid of players at all. There may be one sale this window, if any, and that one sale will be on strategy. If it's going to help with, if for example we want to break the bank and get Enzo, that's when I can see them departing with someone like Ziyech. That's why I said today is going to be quite significant. Any happening today will really sort of stem the tide and give us clarity as to what's going on over with the midfield. Not that it can't happen on Sunday or Monday, but I think Saturday, because of the time scale to the shutting of the transfer window, will be quite significant. So unless something like that, they're not going to do anything. I don't see any player departures until summer. And why do I say this? It's that in the summer, you will have more clarity as to what the squad looks like. And I think they are hoping that come the summer, we will only be looking at maybe one striker and maybe one more midfielder. And that's it. And then those that will be surplus to requirements and those that won't fit into the new structure, the new 25-man squad, will be cut adrift or sold. So I don't see it. I don't see these sales that people want to happen. And I don't think it's necessary. I think it's very risky for Chelsea at this point to be talking of selling and getting rid of established players.
Yeah, Roger, big up to you, brother. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. I want to tell you something so you know how much your brother Bobby loves you. Bobby was on the panel the other day. He just came on to the panel, and the first thing he says, "Where is my brother Roger?"
Yeah,
that is right. Again, that is reflective of true respect and true acceptance as a brother. Really, people don't just say that. And the way he came out, I say, wow, Bobby really likes this brother indeed. Again, he's seen him as a brother indeed. And
And,
again, yeah.
and I have to reply likewise, and I say this sincerely. I respect you immensely.
Yes,
You're so insightful, cerebral, and you put up with Coach. That's an OBE right there, my friend.
So putting up with me is a big thing, right?
It's a knighthood.
Okay.
Where we live.
Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah, but that's
Coach.
by the way.
Seriously.
Anything else you heard us talk about that you want to talk about? Go ahead. Big up to my brother here, CFC Hakeem, bro. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. Big up to you too. Let's see what we have again. Has Chelsea sold Ziyech? Not yet. Adediji Omotayo, my Niger brother. Thanks for that question. Go ahead, Roger. You have anything else to say, or we should go on with the topics we'll have lined up?
I have just a few things to say briefly. First of all, I'm really glad you're sitting down right now, Coach, because surprise, surprise, I agree with everything Bobby just said. So take it easy, Coach. It's a shock, I know.
Shocking.
Yeah. No, it's true. I don't see anyone leaving based
on...
No,
I know you mean it, but go ahead.
Yeah, but seriously, it's hard to be serious when you're grinning. Based on the fact that we have so many injuries that we can't afford. Well, it defeats the object of actually acquiring new players for all intents and purposes. Once bitten, twice shy. We have to progress this till this off season. We really do. And then you're right. Clarity will be formed once we can work with the team. And if I'm not mistaken, we don't have any international travel this summer, so we can actually work at home. And I'm so against us going to America or the Far East because it takes too much out of the team invariably. Have you ever noticed that the following season, we're not the same? The other thing is, you mentioned something.
I don't know. It didn't seem to do too badly with Arsenal. They did quite well.
That's true. I'm talking about Chelsea though. But the one thing you mentioned earlier about when you said, when a team can extend a contract, actually, this is a question. Does it require the player to agree with that? Or can a team just say, we're extending your contract and the player has no say in it? I don't know. Or vice versa.
Someone in the chart says the player has to agree to the extension before it happens. Okay. And it only makes sense. Sure. But go ahead. I think Bobby probably well acquainted to that rule than I do. You're probably well acquainted with that rule. Bobby, you go ahead. You want to help with that?
Sorry, with what? What's that? Transfer request?
His question is, again, if you have a clause to extend the contract, is it just down to the club that if they want to extend it, just go ahead and extend it without even whether the player wants it or not?
In most cases, it depends on what was agreed in the first place. If the player agreed an initial contract for the club to have an option to extend, then there's nothing they can do about it. The club will just extend. But if a player has an initial contract with an agreement to extend, then it becomes a mutual thing. So it's most extensions I see is within the power of the club.
Yeah.
I've not really known any that is a mutual agreement, but mutual agreements for extensions do exist.
Yeah, sure. I wasn't sure. That's why I asked. And the thing with Gusto, I'm glad, if you remember yesterday, I mentioned that even if we acquire him and loan him back, that means he fits within our long-term project. And so, the very least, he's considered a top-rated, wing back / right back in Europe. And
Roger,
I think there would have been
right centre back too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I mean, as with all the shift the people that you're talking about, but
never.
With all this, the talk of Caicedo and Brighton and all their stance, he's not going. Isn't it logical for Chelsea to just go to Brighton, that they know very well, and have people that have direct insight into the club, and say, listen, okay, we'll do exactly what we did for Gusto. We'll pay you for Caicedo to secure the player. and loan him back to you till the end of the summer for a reasonable price. I mean,
And that's a chance that they're doing that, but we don't know. But go ahead.
Bobby,
it just seems logical to me.
yeah, but
Mhm.
since when has logic ever applied to senior management? I'm joking.
Well,
You're right,
they
though.
did it with Gusto, so
Yeah, I'm being really facetious. Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's a valid point. Why not? At the very least, we basically acquire
secure the
him for
player.
long.
Everyone's a winner.
And B, it negates a certain other London club from acquiring him. So it's a win-win. It's at the very least that should transpire if we have indeed identified him as the player we believe
We
that will
really
fit our
need,
long.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I see. I don't see why not. I totally concur.
All right, let me catch up with what we have in the chat again. It says again, he has Chelsea sold Ziyech. No, again, we're hearing the whole thing depends on whether Roma are able to sell Nicolo Zaniolo, who's looking to leave the club and is bent on leaving the club and has fallen out with Mourinho. But I'm not going to get into that. Big up, Coach Bobby. Greetings to Yao, Tamidayo, Oluwaro. Kami, how are you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. Happy blue afternoon, Kachila. The panel and chat. DJ Sav always dynamic, always making sure he matches the time. So he changes it to blue afternoon. Smash the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. We're at 107 likes right now. Let's try and get it to 200 likes as soon as possible. Today is Saturday, again, barring any emergency, we're here for the long run, and the transfer window is nearing its end. So yeah, probably a lot will pop up as the show progresses. Todd Boehly wanted Chelsea playing in the States this summer. Yep, I heard something like that. I'm not sure where they're at with it. And that's hello guys again. He has already agreed from beginning, so it's down to the club. Who are you referring to? Please be a bit specific there, Bobby. I thought for a moment you wanted to send a Chelsea party down to Brighton and kidnap Caicedo. I shouldn't even say that word.
I'm working on it.
Before the machine thinks I'm planning something bad here. Please, fam, again, hit the like button and subscribe if you have not. I see help the channel go a long way. And that's my brother, Dominic Maximilian and Neche. Thank you so much for saying that. So big up, brother. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Please do let us know you're okay. Get Caicedo in now. That's an order from Kimso. Again, DJ, before we move to the next topic, just quickly, I want to get your thoughts. Some people are concerned about Caicedo's behavior, and Bobby again. His response. I know. Again, let me start with Ty. Sorry again because he got in before you. But I know you can be patient, DJ. Please bear with me. Yeah. Roger, I should have asked you that question, but you'll get a chance to talk about it because that's important. Ty, the question is again: are you concerned about his behavior? Some say he's being petty. Some say. He's been unprofessional, but we're only seeing things. We're only as outsiders are seeing things on the surface level. We're not sure what has led to him behaving like that. And remember, bear at the back of your mind that again, he was willing to wait until the summer. So Ty, again, are you concerned at all? And big up to you. I hope you're doing well, brother.
Yeah, big up. Can you hear me?
You need to get not quite clear. Maybe you need to get closer to your microphone.
Okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Well,
Hello, Ty.
to me, at least, I don't think it's something that should have done.
Did we lose him?
No, I'm still here. I'm saying I don't think it's something I think he should have done. But I can understand why he did it. I mean, he wants a move. He was hoping that with him doing that, it would ease the fee or ease the tension that Brighton are trying to build, where they want a certain amount for him. So perhaps him doing that is a way for him to let the club know that he wants to leave, and they don't force him to stay. But so far it has looked like it's working in his favor because the club are apparently not willing to accept anything that is not over the amount that was previously quoted. So I don't really think what he's done was really smart. And even reports are coming out saying that he wasn't in their training session and he's likely to miss their game against Liverpool. I think that's the team that they're playing next. So I don't think it was the best move to make. I understand why he did it, but it doesn't make it right. And I personally wouldn't be okay with it if I was on the Brighton side of it. I would appreciate it. And I mean, if what is being said is true, Arsenal are interested in him, and if he goes to Arsenal, he has a chance of at least competing for the Premier League title. And I guess in a sense, that is a very big stepping stone to him, and that would be a good opportunity for him. You go from trying to get into the top half, or rather getting into top four or getting a European competition with Brighton, to having a great chance of winning the Premier League with Arsenal if he comes in and helps to make their squad a bit stronger and their recruitment having more strength. So I can understand why he did it, like I said, but I think it was a bit petty, and to do it on social media, that's it's embarrassing. I mean, he should continue to respect because he was saying things that he would be open to a move if a club came in for him. But right now he's happy at Brighton, and then weeks after that he's coming out with a statement. It doesn't look good, and it's not something professional as well.
Can I comment
Wow.
about this?
Yeah, go ahead. I wanted to get DJ started, but go ahead if you can quickly so DJ
Just
can
really
say.
quickly,
Mhm.
I think I hear you 150%. Trouble is,
Only
sometimes we give too much, um, what do I say, too much respect and expectation of these players. This is a 21-year-old kid. He came from abject poverty. He loves his family. His education is suspect. The levels are suspect at best. What are we really expecting? His head has been turned. He's probably seen figures that he has never dreamt of in his life. And in his eyes, in his young eyes, he's having visions of being able to change the life of his entire family. I saw a very moving video on Twitter of how he said goodbye to his mother and father at the airport on his way to this country. Well, I believe that's what it was. He was certainly parting ways with them, and it was very emotional. These kids coming from these parts of the world out of poverty, it's a big deal for them. It really is. I mean, he's got a talent that has made him escape making a living, as I told Coach earlier, probably by standing on the trigger end of the barrel of a gun. Now he's free from that, and Brighton has taken him, and they're paying him £2,500 a week, which is
Is that
wonderful
his
money.
current salary?
That's his current wage, to my knowledge, from what I've read.
wow.
That's what I've read. I can't vouch for it, but that's what I've read. If it's not that, it's not much more
That's
than that.
peanuts.
In the football world, it's peanuts. In the average world, it's a lot of money. It's good wage. Now, okay, when he first came, that would be like dreamland for him. And then suddenly you get Arsenal and Chelsea probably telling you they can give you 70, 80, 90K a week, something like that. Um, of course, his head's going to turn. And he's not mature in life, not to mention having the educational advancements of most of us on the panel. He's a kid, and he's probably had the word with the management, and he's seen that Brighton aren't interested in getting rid of him, and he's lashed out. That's why he's gone to Instagram or whatever to put his thoughts. I'm not surprised by it. And I think Brighton taking him out of the firing line, as it were, are quite wise to do that. However, having said that, I think Brighton have to take a long, hard look at themselves.
Hmm.
Any sale is,
No,
as Coach and I were discussing, that this is about a 1,000% profit
Yeah.
for a
For
guy
them, yeah.
that you bought for what
may
was
I
it,
ask,
5
has
grand,
he
5 million?
sorry,
Uh,
may I ask, has he requested a formal transfer in writing?
I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest, and I don't think it matters. You know,
Sure.
for somebody
No,
of
no.
his age, what
Yeah.
he's done to me is formal enough. I think the club would be wise to consider taking this astronomical sums of money for him. Looking at the size of the club and what they can afford to pay in wages, the structure of a club like that should always include a succession plan because the big boys are going to come and fish your best players. It's normal. And I just think let him go, do a deal, preferably with Chelsea. That's my mind. Talk to them, say, okay, we'll let this guy go. But just like Lyon, who I think were far more sensible, we will only let him go if you loan him back to us till
And
summer.
may I ask, what do you think his
I would
salary?
bite your hand off.
Yeah, what do you think his salary would be for
Sorry?
any other average team to buy him? What in the Premier League? What do you think his salary will escalate to? 50,000 a week? 90?
I think teams like Chelsea and Arsenal, especially Chelsea, will probably be offering him about 90. They won't offer him more than they're paying Mudryk
So you know
because
what?
they're about the same age.
If I'm his age and when I was 21 after college, you know, and I was quite level-headed, naive but level-headed at that age, my head would be turned also.
Of course, it'll be turned.
Let alone
Roger.
someone of his background. So I cannot fault him at all. At
Roger,
all.
you know,
He's
if
probably
you've,
the
you know,
lowest paid starter in the Premier League.
you know, I don't quote me on that. You know, I've only picked that up from what I've been reading on
Sure.
Twitter. To
But
be
it sounds
fair,
like
but
he would be.
also it's quite clear that I personally think that probably what his wages are at best will be about 10 grand a week. Now, at best. Now, you know, I've been fortunate enough to have traveled to Brazil and seen their favelas or those ghettos they have there.
Yeah.
Now, no, I know he's not from Brazil; he's from Ecuador, but these are sort of similar
No, I
climes.
get it.
And you know, coming out of that sort of self-defeating to hope based on your talent, his behavior I think, is quite tame. Really, you know, he's got to lose his head. It's too much. The dream of the dreams is coming to his doorstep. He's 21 years old. He's going to reach out to want to take it. And I think Brighton are aware of that. That's why they've taken him out of training, out of everything to get him get him calm. And the best thing they can do, as I keep saying, Chelsea Football Club, Mr. Boehly, Lawrence Stewart, Paul Winstanley, Christopher Vivell, talk to even Graham Potter, talk to Brighton, pay for this kid, and just like you did to Gusto, say, look, we'll loan him back to you till the summer. Everybody's a winner. End this nonsense.
Yeah, let me get DJ's thought. But before I do that, one thing I want to say is this: given the drama that we're seeing right now, if it was going to be that simple, it's not going to be that simple anymore. Brighton will want it to earn in a way. Everybody's pride is at stake, especially Brighton. The pride of the club is at stake right now. They have to handle it in a way.
Simple. It's that simple.
Yeah, I get your point. What I'm just saying, even if they've decided to sell him, you're not going to know. Even I think at this point, they probably have decided he has to go. But what I think will happen next is that they want to try to ensure he ends in a way that, again, they don't want to see a repeat of such situation at their club. Because if there's a way they will handle it, any player that wants to leave will start behaving like that. So they would want it to end in a way that, again, it doesn't matter if you start rebelling. We only say what we want to when we want to sell. DJ,
Coach,
let me get your thoughts on the situation.
when big clubs like Chelsea have that, we get rid immediately. Look at what Thibaut did. Courtois didn't turn up for training.
But we didn't do it immediately. We took
immediately.
time to show him, okay, we're not happy. He rebelled. But I get your point, Bobby. Quite clear. DJ, your thoughts on the situation?
Yeah, big up, Kachila, big up on the panel. I hope you guys are all keeping well. Yeah, listen, it's a strange one. This one.
Pardon my bad manners. Big up to you too, brother.
That's all right, bro. It's all right. Everyone in the comments as well. Big up to you guys as well.
Big up to you.
It's a strange one. This one is because I think if we go back to the manager's press conference a couple of weeks ago, he was saying that that he hopes that he can understand. He hopes Caicedo stays, but at the same time, from what you were given from that conversation, he's also said Caicedo may end up going as well. Now, he's also changed agents. I think people got to realize he's also changed his agents as well. So I'm not surprised that this has actually come out now because I think then Caicedo also said at the same time when he changed the agents, what goes on, I'm happy at Brighton. What goes on behind the scenes or whatever happens is nothing he can do. That he'll let his agency get on with it. Now, obviously, since that's all come out, he's decided for some or another now to come out yesterday and put this statement out yesterday saying that, thank you to all the Brighton fans. And he's now looking to, go into pastures news and possibly move on with his career. I don't blame the player for wanting to do that. To be fair, I think what everyone's situation is, I think it's because he's done it. It's at the timing he's done it at. And I think, he knows there's a couple of days left in the transfer window now. He's hoping to try his luck to get a big move. And I think what he wants to do is, like Bobby said, he's there. He wants to look. A lot of these players that come over from South America, I think we saw it with William, we saw it with Oscar, we saw with all these players. They're out there to look after all their families. That's one of the things they do. They do all that. And I think one of his main things was he wants to do that kind of thing. He wants to provide and give for all his family because he comes from quite a big family and he wants to provide for them. And you can understand him doing that. And also for his career, he wants to start now go into the next level. As far as he's concerned, he's reached the next level now. And we're talking like Champions League football now, winning Premiership titles and things like that. So I don't blame him for wanting to do what he wants to do, but it's still a bit of an emotional thing for Brighton for it all as well, because they are probably thinking, you know what, we want to try and keep you at least until the summer. Then they're probably hoping there'll be a bidding war for him. Okay, with a load of clubs, let's be honest, Liverpool are looking for a midfielder as well, so they're probably thinking they might come in for him as well, and we could get as much as they possibly can for him. They've put the price at 100 million. For what we've read, if you're reading stories that are going on, they're saying it's 100 million to get him. Now, what I find surprisingly is that we bidded apparently 55 million and it was turned down, and all Arsenal did was upped it by 5 more million to 60 million. So I'm thinking to myself, what Arsenal think they're trying to do here, because they're completely moaned about Mudryk when we took him off them. Yet here they are trying to get a cheap deal in for Caicedo. Now the club have made it perfectly clear this is what he's worth, okay, and this is what we're going to sell him for. And I think it all comes down to whatever price, whatever team meets that price tag. Sorry, what's that tag?
I'm saying, remember that we 50 million up Arsenal, so they probably were trying to do the same to us.
Yeah, exactly. And remember they said they were trying to get Steele on us as well to get Caicedo, just to like, what do you call it, us? Yeah. So in that kind of like way, yeah, I don't think he'll move personally in this window. I think I think the best thing probably would be is if Chelsea can agree a deal with him where we'll buy him and then loan him back to you, then it will happen. But again, it comes down to the player, doesn't it? If he's saying he wants to go, yeah, it's going to come down to the club and the player.
DJ, I'll tell you one thing.
DJ, can I just say something?
There's no club that's going to pay 100 million for Moises Caicedo.
Spot on. I agree, Bobby.
I can guarantee.
I know that, but that's what they're hoping for, aren't they?
I would hope not. So I just want to.
Yeah, Roger, you wanted to say something so I can catch up with the chat and we'll switch topic.
Sorry, very briefly. In 2021, he was on 1,500 a week at Brighton. Then the next season, which was last season, it was 3,500 a week. Now this season, and for the last 3 years of his contract, it will be 15,000 a week. That's peanuts for Premier League.
It'll be what, 15? Did you say?
It's 15 right now, and then next year and the year after is 15. But last year was 3,500.
Yeah,
and the year before was his first year was 1,500 a week. That's like, wow.
Yeah. Are you going to add that to your spreadsheet?
I don't even think the tea ladies at Chelsea are on 15 grand a week. be honest.
I think the backup tea ladies earn more than that.
Oh God!
All right, let me catch up with the chat.
Tea lady.
Caicedo,
tea lady.
yeah, Caicedo on Instagram is following a lot of Chelsea fans. He's following Chelsea Football Club too. We'll get to that in a bit. Did you see the new anti-Chelsea rule UEFA will release? Here's a Barcelona fan actually calling it an anti-Chelsea rule. We've seen that, and I think we've talked about that at length. It is concerning, really, because a lot of clubs has been giving out long-term contracts. Even your club, Barcelona, has a $1 trillion buyout clause on some players' contracts. That's just me kidding. I think there's one that's $1 billion, and Andreas Christensen 400 million and all that. But again, Chelsea does it. Then they're implementing a new rule. Yeah, I saw that. 90K against 9K subs. Make it 15 as soon as possible. Thank you so much, King. So much love. You always prophesy good for this son, and I appreciate that, brother. Much love, and I respect you so much for all the love. Again, 5-year contract rule. Yeah, they're changing that. I don't know if it has already come out, or will it is later on after the season. It's not in effect right now. I've seen it not long ago. I wasn't aware. Yeah, they just did that. Yeah, that's some concerning thing. And I have to say, you're actually secretly a Chelsea fan. But that's just me kidding, my friend. I know you're a Barca fan, but you're a very respectable person, and I like to have you here. Again, you're a mod too. That shows you I respect you so much. Let me see what else we have here again. Yes, Mudryk, but they were going to give an adaptation time so you won't have any problems. Yeah, I think so. Caicedo has mouths to feed. Anyone with common sense would do that. And again, how I like to talk about that is that it is business for all parties involved. It is business for him. He wants to make more money. I know he mentioned about winning titles, the most decorated. I'm sure it's beyond that. I think the most important thing for him is to be earning nearly 3 times or at least twice as much as what he's earning right now, if that makes any sort of sense to you. Yeah, so it is business for all parties involved. The club wants to squeeze out as much money as they can, and I'm quite sure Brighton are not fighting to keep him just because they want him to finish the season with them and help them do well. No, more importantly, it's about how much more money can they make from his sale. Liam Lane here again. It's okay talking to Lolo. They say again that spending 500 million euros in 6 months is an exaggeration, and there were many clubs that complained. Yeah, a lot of clubs complained, probably because it's Chelsea. Trossard did force his move. Again, a lot of players do it. In Trossard's case, he'd live on a free if they fight to keep him. But in Caicedo's case, I forgot the length of his current contract. Adeoyo Emmanuel, has Nkunku deal been finalized, or Chelsea have to bid? Or no, I think it's done. He joins in the summer. Even Fabrizio Romano, I see, talked about the Malo Gusto deal. He did talk about him and Nkunku joining in the summer together. Because there are clubs from Spain or Italy that fight to fit in fair play. And Suda Sheikh comes to the Premier League to spend as if there was no tomorrow. Yeah, talk about that. Extending Thiago, yep, that will go a long way for us. And Nkunku deal are done. Yep, thank you for confirming that. The problem is that they have very long-term contracts with high salaries, and if they don't work out, it's going to be difficult at some point when you want to bring in new players. A double-edged knife, you could say a risk that is worth taking. But given the talents we've signed, if managed well, I think they'll all do well. And again, it ended up being a successful plan. Is Caicedo earning? Is that 2,500 weekly? I think it's more. Hussein 120 weekly. Truly unfair, but they're not in the same club. To him, at the point where he signed the deal, it's fair. But he's learned he actually can earn nearly 10 times as that. If that makes any sort of sense to you, 50K to 90K to Caicedo, he will accept it. But he probably, now there are again not just one. There are a lot of clubs vying for his signature. He'll probably be looking for more, and he has new agents who knows he should be asking for more. I don't think it will be anything 90K. I think it'll be actually more than 100K. Let me see anything else here to address. As an African living in America, I understand him very well. We all got, mouths to feed back home. And in this case, he highlighted that slightly. But again, if you're not paying attention, your focus will be on, he just wants to win more trophies. And that's not it. More importantly, is to earn more money. And again, I'm going to repeat myself. It is business for all parties involved, and I don't blame him. As a Brighton fan, I am angry because of fan bias. As an Arsenal fan or Chelsea fan, I am happy because he wants to come to us. But as neutral, I understand him. Yep, it makes perfect sense to be objective in such situation. Diego Costa, 19. Caicedo will go to Arsenal instead of Chelsea, I believe. Let's see what happens there. Caicedo will go to whoever pays him the best. That's why he put out the request now, because he sees we can offer an 8-year contract now and secure his family for life. Oh, that makes sense. The money earned in the Premier League will go a long way in Ecuador for his family, again, to live a better life back home. It makes perfect sense. And let me know, are you from Ecuador? South Americans and Africans are kind of the same. And especially, here's the thing, in those poor countries, in those third world countries.
That's disrespectful.
Sorry?
That is disrespectful. Very disrespectful.
I don't see it that way. Maybe because I understand.
You don't see it that way, but that is.
Which one is disrespectful? Which one in particular?
You cannot compare Africans with South Americans, because South Americans are not only Brazil or Argentina. You have a lot of other clubs, a lot of other countries as well. So you can't signify and say that the whole continent is similar to Africa. Africa has, I'm not going to go through that's too much history.
But I wouldn't go to the length of calling it disrespectful.
It depends
maybe
what
you advise him to rephrase it. Maybe.
Yeah, depends what context he means.
Yeah, it depends on context. I don't think it's disrespectful. There are lots of poverty reading countries in South America. Even Brazilians, a lot of them do suffer.
Which is why I said that you
live below the poverty line. Which was why you said what?
Which is why I said that you can't just say the whole continent, because not everywhere the continent has those financial constraints or those restraints. You have to specify, because there's a lot of things that go on there and you don't hear about it because other countries have the spotlight. So I don't think it's a fair comparison to say that they are kind of the same. I don't think so. They have similar situations in terms of, depending on where you're from or your background, you may consider certain things like that. But I don't really think that's a good comparison to make.
All right, that makes sense. Okay, let's move on from that.
Coach,
Again, yeah.
Can I just quickly interject? I think if Caicedo does indeed come to Chelsea, I think this puts an even greater responsibility for a person like Thiago Silva. He's going to be an amazing father figure. This young man will look up and see a professional in so many manners of ways that he will lead by example. And Caicedo, I think he will take him by the shoulder and take him under his wing and be a father figure to him, I believe. And I think this is the kind of reason why I think this is one of the best signings we've had, is extending Silva's contract. He will be an asset, a huge asset to the actual the youth of Chelsea, especially Caicedo in this context. I think we cannot underestimate that.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat. South Americans and Africans. Okay, let me move on from that one. I don't want to fight Ty, really. But I get what he's making there. Kenyan living in America. Nice to see you. I have a friend called John Nyako. Again, that's Kenyan too. Please, where is Africa that is watching this show? What?
That's a typo. Has to be a typo.
Yeah. Where in? Again, I'm not sure. Maybe you have to rephrase it to understand. Smartphones aren't that smart anyway. They're always trying to predict what you're trying to say, and a lot of time can get you into. But that he's not in trouble though, but just miscommunication. Trust me, reading from the context received by me, I see nothing disrespectful in that thought. That's how you see it. Again, we all see things differently. For me, I didn't see. But again, like I said, again, that's why we're here to talk about things like that. But maybe be a bit more specific. But I get that Ty's argument quite clearly. This season is called the Exodus to Stamford Bridge. Just Jose live. Oh, that's another way to phrase it. Yeah, because we're clearing out, we're rebuilding really, and that's, by the way, I think quickly. I don't know, Roger. You've talked about that, or do you want to add anything to it? I just want us to get over with the Caicedo talk.
Actually, okay. Are you talking about Caicedo or anything else?
No, Caicedo. We'll move on to another topic, but I have some stuff lined up. I want us to look at, and then just clear. Just get done with his talk. Go ahead.
No, I think the most we should go for is 75 and no more. That's it. As simple as that.
That is, if it were up to you to, yeah. But I get your suggestion.
And maybe throw in a new golf cart. You know, that's it.
Or how about 75 million and Loftus Cheek in the deal? That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't Loftus Cheek. I would Conor Gallagher.
I was going to say Sterling.
Oh no, man, no, not.
But I'm sure they wouldn't take him.
It's been collapsing with Bakayoko's move. So let's give them Bakayoko.
Oh yeah,
they will not take him.
Well,
how much would they value him? $1?
Yes, exactly. This is why 75 and €1.
199, coach. Don't be disrespectful.
$199, and it's not anything close to $2, right? That's.
But you know what? Do you know what, guys? There were actually
him. When I watched him, Bakayoko, when I watched him play for Monaco, he was outstanding. I never saw that coming. I never did. I thought he
never really recovered the injury he had before he joined us. That's
was it an ankle injury? Yeah, I liked him. I thought he was going to be a star for us.
Well, unfortunately. All right.
He's a star.
Go ahead, Ty. Were you saying something?
No, I'm saying he is a star. He's on. He's
for the wrong reasons.
Yes.
How old is he now?
27.
Wow. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, really. But that's, by the way, let's clear out the Caicedo talk and move on. All right. This one here says again, Moises Caicedo is desperate to force through a move to either Arsenal or Chelsea this month, and is prepared to submit in a transfer request to secure his move to London. So yeah, it could be either Arsenal or Chelsea, if we're being honest here. So yeah, somebody in the chat said that what again, the public statement translates to transfer request. No, it's not. He has to submit one. And once he does that, it changes a lot. I know it doesn't affect the price, but there's a way Bobby explained that. I'm not well acquainted. That's what effect that will have on the whole. I'm going to read it. If anybody here has anything to add to it or talk about, I really want to hear your thoughts, really. Let me do it this way so we can look at it fully. It says, again, I am grateful to Mr. Bloom and Brighton. I'm guessing Bloom is the owner of Brighton. For giving me the chance to come to the Premier League, and I feel I have always done my best for the team. I always play football with a smile and with a heart. I am the youngest of 10 siblings. Wow, his parents they bore a battalion. I don't mean to say that, but my mom 6, but 10 is a lot, man. I'm struggling with 3. I don't know how they were able to do it.
I struggled with 2.
I am the youngest, and I'm struggling. I even had my mother-in-law and my mom with me. I'm struggling with 3.
That's funny.
I am the youngest of 10 siblings from a poor upbringing. That again, pay attention to that. I'll tell you what stands out for me. From a poor upbringing in Santo Domingo in Ecuador. My dream always to be the most decorated player in the history of Ecuador. I am proud to be able to bring in a record transfer fee for Brighton, which would allow them to reinvest it and help the club continue to be successful. The fans have taken me into their hearts, and they will always be in my heart. So I hope they can understand why I want to take up this magnificent opportunity. Two things here. This second paragraph here, I mentioned two things. One, it mentions a poor upbringing, reflective of how poor his family again. You could say now that you could call them rich because he's earning enough for them to at least live comfortably. And then he's mentioned my dream, the most decorated. To me, that's secondary. Really, Bobby, I want to start with you again. What stands out for you from this comment? And he's quite well aware that they're making a lot of money, again, a lot of gain, given how much they paid for him, given the last paragraph here. So there's a chance he's feeling, okay, look how much I'm making for you, and you won't even consider letting me go. Just take that and let me go. You didn't pay that much for me. So, Bobby, if you're there, you can comment.
What about his post?
His statement, yeah. I'm paying attention to the second paragraph and the last paragraph.
Yeah, I'm the youngest of 10 siblings. I mean, this is dramatic of a young kid. He doesn't understand the depths of legalities surrounding.
You're going in and out, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby, you're going in and out. Maybe you need to go out and come back in. Okay, Roger, you go ahead. If he fixes his sound, he can come back in. Go ahead, Roger.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can
Yeah,
now.
you were going out, in and out. Your sound wasn't stable. But go ahead. Give it a shot now.
I don't know what's happening. The stream keeps buffering every now and then, which is unusual. But yeah, I mean, this is just symptomatic of what I've said before. He's obviously a very intelligent kid, but he's inexperienced in terms of life and,
of course,
and the shall I say, the corporate and educational side of doing things. And all he's done was try to pour out his heart and give his reasons to the wider public and to whom may care to read it.
I give him the benefit of the doubt, personally.
Yeah, I'm not.
You have to.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't look at this.
Roger, let's let him drop so we can get all his points.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah,
no, you're fine, bro. Go ahead, Bobby. Are you there, Bobby? Yeah, Roger, let's go with you. Maybe again.
So, yeah, I mean, the club has done the right thing by taking him out of the limelight till the 1st of February, and hopefully between broker a deal with Chelsea to have him be sold to Chelsea and loaned back till the end of the season. I'll keep saying hopefully until it happens.
Roger, how about you? Again, most especially, read everything if you want, but the second and the last paragraph, what are you learning from it?
What am I learning? Yeah, I think... No, I get the second paragraph, and I think that's a good explanation or foundation of where he stands and where he's come from. I think the last paragraph, that's a good play on words. I like how he's actually turned the table, saying, "Listen, I'm doing more for you than you're doing for me, per se." I like that.
Thank you.
Actually.
Thank
I like
you.
that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's very subtle. It's very diplomatic. It's very respectful. Nicely done. Well done. He's saying, it's like you may think that it's all about me, but it's actually I'm looking out for you also. So I like that. Yeah, it's strategically done. Whoever advised him. or his manager slash agent slash advisor slash whoever. Well done.
Yeah, well, again, it's very well written. The second paragraph, I know he mentions the most decorated, but I think the most important there is I am the youngest of 10 siblings from a poor upbringing. Again, that shows you, yeah, it was good for the ganja, it's also good for the geese. You get, just take the money and let me go so I can earn more. If you ask me, I think it's
it
as
explains
simple
his
as
background and it explains his motive. You know, he's
exactly.
not doing it because he wants a brand new Rolls Royce. He's got listen. People from that part of the world, for instance, South America, I've been there. They're very proud people and they're very family orientated. They really are. I'm not saying that other places are. I'm just saying specifically. So I understand his motive for wanting to do this. You know, and I say kudos to him. You know, it's you know, it's when you come from that unfortunate upbringing, you know, it's listen, it's you want to help your family for generations to come. You know, socio-economically, there's a huge divide there, as we know, and it's an inequity, unfortunately. And I think this God-given talent that he possesses affords him and his family a future, which I think they can progress with nicely. And this is a lovely story. Unfortunately, this shouldn't transpire, you know, in a perfect world. But unfortunately, this is life. Unfortunately.
Yeah. DJ, I'll come to you in a bit to get your thought. Let me just catch up with a few things we have in the chat here. This one says, again, the season is called, yeah, we've read that one. I'm still watching a smile face to see. Yeah, I'm glad that you're still watching. I'm coming. Please, what is happening about Enzo Femi? Nothing new, but we'll keep our eye on that one. Anything can happen. If anything comes up, be sure this is one of the first places you hear about it. Let's see what we have again. Why must you insult Africa? Nobody insulted Africa. Are you talking about saying that a lot of people from Africa are poor or so? Yeah, and it's a fact. And the fact is, my research is actually leadership, a focus on corruption in Africa, because I grew up there, specifically Nigeria, specifically northern Nigeria. So it's something of great concern to me. It's something I know quite well. And the fact remains, it's hard to see, again, in Africa, any good footballer that's from a rich family. There are a few, but mainly those that are really good footballers are from poor families, which again, why is it like that? I'm just going to explain that quickly. Usually some of them, football is where they find solace. Even when there's little to eat, whenever they had the sound of football, they're suffering, everything or whatever they're going through is thrown away. So if that makes any sort of sense to you,
it's a form of escapism.
Yeah, exactly. Escapism is the word. So when they come here, yes, they enjoy playing football, but money is also important to them. If that makes any sort of sense. So nobody insulted Africa, because I'm an African too. If anybody did, I'd be the first to say something. Chelsea Blue, Caicedo got new agents, and they are making it difficult now with new posts. With this post now, Brighton has all the power. I don't really think so. If he hands in a transfer request, I think that changes a lot. But that's by the way. If that makes any sort of sense. Adane Kigbe Eugene, I am not trying to disrespect anyone. If you had finished a statement, I was actually talking about family ties that exist in Africa. I know you're not insulting anybody. I didn't say that. In Africa, it's similar to one in South America. Yep. Again, no disrespect. Here's the thing. It's no secret. I live in the United States, and I can tell you the Hispanics, for instance, and again, the Black communities, that's not showing that other races and family-oriented, and Asians, the Caucasians, how do you say that? Caucasians, some of these groups are more family-oriented than the others. If that makes any sort of sense, I just want to put it in general terms, so it doesn't seem like I'm mentioning any sort of. So you did not disrespect anybody. I totally understand where you're coming from, if that makes any sort of sense. But that's by the way. So DJ, your thoughts again on that statement. I'll bring it up to you in case you want to see it.
Now, listen, I've echoing everything Bobby and Roger just basically said.
Oh, you're part of the gang.
No, it
Checks
just
in the
no,
mail, DJ.
it just yeah, well, it just no, it just some, it just. I mean, all I'll say to that is he's looking at that, he's looking at his side of things, and he's also looking at the club side of things. And
Yeah.
from his side of things, is he wants to get this move because of the things he's put in that statement. And as you can all see, you know, he's 10 siblings. You know, he's literally saying out there that he now wants to give back. Literally, he wants to give back to everything his family did for him when he was a kid. He now wants to give that back to some degree, and also, in some words, will look after himself in terms of finances down the road. Same with this, and literally with the Brighton situation, he's more or less saying to Brighton, look, you know what figures have been discussed. You guys have gone and put figures on my head. They may not get the 100 million because, like I said, I don't think he should go up to 100 million, but they can still fetch a good price for him. They can still fetch a good price for him, okay? And that will help them along the lines to invest in other players. And what they'll go and do, like Brighton always do, because of their scouting network, they'll go and bring another player in from another somewhere, and they'll make him into the next big thing coming up. So he'll be the next Caicedo coming into the team. So yeah, you can understand from. So I'm looking from perspective both points of views. And listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with that statement. As I said, he's looking after himself, and he's also looking after Brighton's welfare as well. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Good statement.
Yeah, because a lot of people are, again, I get it. It's easy, again, to jump to the conclusions, but that's why I love that we're looking at it. We're really dissecting it and knowing, even beyond this, there's something else that happened, really. Because, like I said before, he was willing to stay with them until the end of the season, if that makes any sort of sense. But that's, by the way, I'll get Ty's thoughts on that one. Again, Courtney, bless up to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Please do let me know. Again, you've been, again, you haven't been, again, I haven't seen you that much. Please let us know you're fine. Let me, please. We can get players like Caicedo for cheap, or 55 or 60 is too much. Again, I'm not going to argue as to how much I know the club are willing to pay, because we know the quoted price. I do remember the quoted price for, what's his name, for Fofana, and how much we paid. What's our scout doing? Right now, I think maybe we don't have the luxury to actually, again, take time to scout players. I think we need to bring players in to be able to compete and probably make it to top four, win the Champions League if possible. But that's, by the way, Ty, your thoughts. Ty, you there? Your thoughts on the statement?
Yeah, but you had your cut screen, so you muted me when I unmuted.
I think it's designed to keep Bobby awake.
Bobby, is Bobby still there though?
Yeah,
he's still here.
Sorry, Ty. Sorry, Ty. Go on, bro.
Yeah, so Ty, go ahead. Let me see if this softens your stance a bit. But go ahead.
Well, like I started with what I said, is that I can understand why he did it, and even though I 100% can say again, I understand why he did it, because I mean, and especially if you look at that last part, and this is just an assumption, but this is the case with a lot of the situations and the points that I've been hearing from everybody else. Even if you want to bring in the similarities between Africa as well, I can slightly say, although the situation is different with Sadio Mane and with a lot of Africans, they have this drive and fire. That's why so many of them are always having this fighting mentality, because they know that if they can do something to help their family, they will jump at the opportunity. And even Brazil, for example, I think DJ mentioned Oscar as an example. Oscar went to China, I think it was, because he would have, the amount he would be getting was something that he couldn't turn his head and say no to. So I can understand why he did, and even with the mention of the second paragraph or line, for me, I see it as a case where he said that I'm the youngest, and as the youngest, I'm seeing those who are older than me, trying and not being able to do it, and he thinks that he has a bit of a responsibility where, as the youngest, he should be able to help his family, help those that are older than him, and like somebody said, help his family for generations to come. So I guess in a sense I can understand why. I just think that it just the timing of it seems a bit off, but I can understand it. And I respect the way that the statement does not only say why he wants it, he's also putting it in a way to say that you will get you have an opportunity to reinvest this fee and the money that you'll be getting, and you can even get more players in the future. You can get players that could replace me in that position, and even you may not have to spend a lot on them as well because they have good scouts. So for me, I can say yet again that I understand why he did it. I just think the timing of it just seems like it gives him a desperate look, and for a lot of people they'll look at it and say that, oh, he's desperate for money, and he wants this and he wants that. The timing, and especially with it being close to deadline day, it just seems as if he wants to push for a move, get out and get more money, and and before the January window closes, he gets to leave and he gets more money, and then his family benefits. That perspective is going to be in a lot of people's head, but I think yet again it's a case where he wants to help his family, and I can understand that. When you see when you see the people that you care about, when people that are in your bloodline and your family, you want to help them. So I can understand that. I just think the timing of it was just off, and it just doesn't give a good look for him. But like I said, I understand why he did it.
And Titus, quickly, don't you think uh something went wrong again along the line? Because like I said, I've mentioned before, he was willing to stay with them until the end of the season, but
Yes.
it's hard to tell what really changed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's when you first asked the question about the situation, I made mention to the fact that he was interviewed and he said that when they asked about Graham Potter, he said he has to thank Graham Potter and something along those lines. And Chelsea are a great team, and he would consider going there, but right now he's focusing on Brighton, and that was in January as well. So yes, you can perhaps say that something has developed there, and I think for one of the reasons is that he sees the interest he's getting. He realizes that he's being appreciated a lot in the Premier League, and the potential wages he could increase to getting. It's something that he can't turn his head to, because yes, he's earning a lower amount at Brighton, and perhaps it can help his family. But if he gets more, it's better for them. He's able to help them and have a more stable form of living, and the standard of living will improve. So I guess in a sense, something perhaps developed, and he's saying that what I might have said I would stay with them until the summer, but if I could get a move now, have a guarantee of a higher wage, and being able to help our family a bit more, I would not say no to that. So I think that is why this statement coming out makes sense from his perspective. I just think it doesn't look good for our Brighton, and he's a very important player for Brighton. So they will look at it to say that we have to punish him, or we have to reprimand him for doing this, and he's very important to what we do in that midfield. So I think in their sense, it doesn't look good for Brighton, because they value him a lot, and that's obviously in terms of what he offers on the pitch and what the potential fee that they want is. So yes, yeah, something perhaps changed, and I think perhaps is because he's seen a very likely chance of him getting more money if he can leave Brighton and go to a club, and if reports are to be believed, a London club between Arsenal and Chelsea.
Yeah. Just quickly. DJ, do you think what tapped him up? Do you think we're the one that's pushing him to rebel? Then what I
No,
think the term is tap up, like
no.
talk to him, say, hey, do this. Do you think?
No, definitely not Kachila. And whoever comes out with a report like that, it's just completely. You just know it's Chelsea bias completely. There's no
No,
way we're
nobody has.
tapping
I'm
off.
just I'm
No,
just
no, no,
thinking.
no, no. I'm just saying, bro. Right now, if anyone was to come out, any reporter out there was to come out of anything like that, there's no way we'd have tapped up this player. I mean, look, there's no secret. We have been looking at him for a while. You know, it was either him or it was. I know people say he's second choice to Enzo Fernandez, but I do believe we were looking at him. I think even in the summer we were looking at Caicedo. So I don't think it's a secret. So, you know, for me, no, I don't think, you know, all it is now is that all he said, all it was is that Brighton did not want to sell. He's now gone and changed agents to see if he can get his sale through. And as I keep saying, you can't blame him for wanting to move to bigger and better things. And no disrespect to Brighton, they've done very well bringing him in, and he's done well there. He now wants to move on to bigger and better things like every other player does. So, no, if anyone wants to come up with a story like that, I'll be completely, that'd be completely Chelsea biased. But no, definitely not tapped.
All right, I'm not Chelsea biased though.
No, not you, bro. I'm talking about generally. Honestly, mate, honestly. He's having me on ID. He's getting me.
You don't realize what he's doing.
Exactly.
I'm just speaking. Not good enough for sure. I was signed the Brighton scouting team for Chelsea. Yeah, well, I think we already did that actually. The only thing we haven't signed is the club itself, or maybe the president. Thank you, Limitless, for that. Again, doing good, bro. You again a big up. I can't complain, brother. I'm doing well. Any day above ground is a good day. So thank you for asking. I appreciate that, Courtney. This is again mental. Caicedo is basically transferring himself. Absolutely mentally shocking. Bad. Again, you have every right to see it like that. And thank you guys. Please keep liking the stream. How many likes do we have now? We're at 128 likes. Let's see if we get it to 200 by the time the show ends. Let's see. You can just saying hello to Courtney. Let me say, talking conversation. Glenn, big up to you, brother. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Today, here we go for Caicedo. And on first, Enzo is blue. What? You okay? You just wishing. I'm sure anything hasn't happened because I have my update screen open. DJ responding to Courtney there. Let's see anything else we have to address here. And Blue Blood saying something in the Valley. Brighton, Southampton, Brentford are finding hidden gems, similar like Benfica. And here's the thing: I think it will always be like that. It will always be like that. We'll find gems, but they will be academy products. But in terms of finding, again, such talents that will come and start playing in the first team, because we have the money and because we're generating more revenue, probably more than them, we'll always go for those names that are going to be easy to get. But to them, they have no option than to put in serious groundwork for talent, if that makes any sort of sense. For us, again, the talents we're going for, usually the younger ones who can probably join the academy and all that. So let's... So we move on from his statement. Is it this one here? Let's count this. I will line up. On Caicedo, this is we do stock players when they want to join us. when the club wants to sign them. So this is serious stalking work here done by my friend Breezy345. I'm coming just by the way. Let me see. Okay. Has Graham made Jorginho dress up as
Always, Glenn. Always. He always comes out something for another. Big up, Glenn.
Glenn, please, I want to go to heaven. And you're not going to be the one to make something else
like a Viking.
I'm surprised you haven't addressed Jose Mourinho's statement yet. Coach.
Yeah, it's up there. We'll come to it. It's up there. We'll come to it. I think probably the next thing after we'll deal with this guy's topic. If Brighton wants more than 17 million, then we should put the money for Enzo. I think a lot of people think like that. But let's see what happens. Welcome, Caicedo. I think for me, I'd argue I'd rather we go for Caicedo because he's more defensively minded than Enzo. Felix can play a 10. Who else can play a 10 there? I think we have other players that we can say just hold on the 10 position for us until we sign another player. Otien Peter, welcome, Caicedo. Did we see anything that we're not seeing here? Please don't troll. Big up, Roger, again. I will make sure you all make it to heaven last. Yeah, I wish it were up to you. I just live my life and not look back. This is the link to Tytalk's YouTube channel. Please make sure you go subscribe. Let's let him get to 1,000 as soon as possible. He deserves that. Yeah, good content. 100%. The player profile series, you need to go watch all of them. It will help you understand the new signings even better. Let me let the senior pastor Ty Talks YouTube channel talk. Roger, you were saying something.
That wasn't me.
You deny
No, it was
it?
me. It was me. I was just saying, yeah, people subscribe to Ty's channel. That's what I was saying. Yeah, big up to
Yes.
Ty. I was saying.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
indeed. Yes.
Okay, even Roger can agree. Maybe DJ is the senior pastor at that channel, but Roger is
No, it's I love
assistant.
the channel. It's insightful.
Yes,
It's analytical. It's
Yep.
yeah, it's really good.
Agreed.
Thank
One
you.
of my
Thank you,
favorite
Roger, for
channels.
saying that. And the link is highlighted. Please go check it out. Let me try and pin it at the very top, so whoever comes will see it. A pin message. And Ty also planning a rebranding, and it's gonna come out good. I'm privileged to be part of it. He involved me, so yeah, we're working to make sure the rebranding comes out good. Again, can we really not find a decent midfielder somewhere? But is decent okay for you, Valley? You tell me. Yeah, decent isn't okay. Decent in a year or two will sign another quality player, and then decent becomes surplus to requirement or becomes deadwood, and we'll be the first to put that tag on that decent. But look at our new recruitment team: Joe Shields from Southampton, Paul Morgan Stanley. Oh, I'm not gonna forget that. Paul Winstanley from Brighton, Lauren Stewart from Monaco, and Christopher Vivell from RB Leipzig. I think we're well equipped in that aspect. But right now, I don't think we have the luxury to waste time in scouting that much. What's happening with Enzo? No, nothing new has happened. We're paying attention. The rumors are that the clubs are still talking. Is Caicedo talking for Arsenal from what? No. If anything, he's talking for us. So let's look at what. This is somebody that took time to stalk him. This is his social media. Look at again, he's following 564 people, and number one is Cucurella, Mateo Kovacic, Raheem Sterling, João Felix, Hazard 10. He is even following Chelsea legends. Didier Drogba, Chelsea FC, Thiago Silva, and of course Fabrizio Romano. So yeah, maybe even if he's talking for Arsenal, maybe he hasn't had the time to like change the players in the team he's following. But that's by the way. Another thing here, I think this has to do with again, Moises Caicedo will not return to Brighton until after the transfer window closes, and that's not him doing that. I think it's the club saying, okay, you stay out of the team for a while now. Again, it's something like that. After the transfer window closes, club stance on a sale remains unchanged. Caicedo will not be part of the FA Cup game with Liverpool, although suitors and Caicedo, the new agents, haven't given up. Brighton planning to keep hold. Yeah, it's really going to be difficult for them to keep hold of him. So let's move on from that one. Let's start from this one here. Okay, since Bobby already talked about it, let's start from this one. And DJ, since you're still there, let me ask you. Okay, DJ, this one here about Jose Mourinho. Let me start with Ty. Let me just start with apologies. Okay, let me start with you.
Just before you go to that, please.
Yeah,
please, just before you go to
that.
Coach, if Chelsea offered to buy Caicedo now and loan him back to Brighton till the end of the summer, till the end of the season, if they refuse to that, then you know they're just trying to stir up a bidding war. And they need to be very careful, because if it becomes known that's what they're doing, everybody will walk away. Caicedo's very good, but,
it's a good point, Bobby.
That you can always find something else if you really, really look. So it'll be interesting. Make that offer and see what they come back with. If they say no, then you know what their intentions are. It'll be very clear.
They've shown their hand.
So DJ, as I've already mentioned your name, let me start with the Jose Mourinho rumors. What do you think? Do you want to see him? I think it may still happen for the owners to win something as quickly as possible. Then later they may decide to let him go. But your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, if we're looking at a short-term project, then obviously Jose is the man to come in to do that, because the guy's just a winner. We know what he's capable of doing. You know how much all the Chelsea fans love him. It'd be a great comeback to come to Chelsea. I think it'd be a great story as well if he was to come back for a third time and he just goes and wins everything. My concern with Jose Mourinho coming back to Chelsea, and you know, he's a fellow countryman of mine. I love him to bits, everything like that. My concern with Jose Mourinho is he may not play the youngsters, and this is what my concern will be. You'll see some players maybe not getting the opportunities like you're seeing now with Graham Potter. Giving the youngsters opportunity. Because let's be honest, when Jose was at Chelsea the first 2 times, we were literally more or less buying big name players, if you like, not ones for the future. And I think my only concern would be, would he then going to come in and just play the big head players, the ones that are like the obviously the experienced head players, and then start leaving the youngsters to the side. I don't want that to happen because obviously so we are trying to build something big at Chelsea. And look, listen, I'd have Jose Mourinho back in a heartbeat because I think if we're looking, as I said, for a short term to win everything now, he's probably the guy to possibly do that. But then you've got to also say to yourself, the football's changed a lot in terms of what Jose did for us back then to what it is now. We all know how Liverpool, Manchester City, and all them how they play the game now. And if Chelsea want to stick with that same standards of playing that same way of playing, because everything's all changed now, I'd say is Jose the right guy to come in and do that. I mean, it's still a question. I don't know on that one. I know Courtney's just said he's good with the young players, but when he was at Chelsea, when we had the young players around, how many young players did he really give much a chance to? I mean, there was maybe a few, 1 or 2 that he gave a few to, but
Jose is good with young players. He's never good with young players.
Yeah, look at Kevin De Bruyne.
Yes, yeah. I was going to say this is what I was just trying to be. He did give a few players that he thought would come and make it, in some here and there, but no one. I can't think of a main. Maybe someone can remind me on here who was a mainstay from a youngster that he put into the team right under his reign when he was reign of Chelsea manager. But that's my only concern. And look, listen, we're going through a different direction now. Whether Jose is that kind of guy to come back and do it for what I really have question marks on that. But listen, if we get him back, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna get upset because I still think he's an excellent manager. He's got a lot to offer in the game still. But for me at this moment in time, I don't think so at this moment in time.
Coach, my drop.
Hey, if you want to go ahead, again we're adults here, so you can come in and Ty can come in next or Bobby can come in next. But go ahead.
Sure. Sorry, chaps.
We're not in a classroom where it's really turn by turn.
May I go to the lavatory, please? No. Listen, I understand what DJ said, and he has been a serial winner. I get that. But you mentioned it. I think for all intents and purposes, the game has passed him by in so many regards.
And he's not adapting.
Not really, no. I don't think he has. At least not enough. The thing is, what he has done historically since leaving Chelsea the first time, he has invariably left the club. After leaving the club, they're worse off than when he first arrived. The club is usually divided. This has been the case everywhere he has been. He's good for short term, for like a year and a half, but he's so divisive. And I think it would... In other words, I think this quote unquote project, it's 2030. I think it will be destroyed. I think it will be dismantled in so many regards, with regards to chemistry in the locker room. Because don't forget, this isn't a first 11 anymore. This is a squad game. It needs an entire squad to succeed on all major fronts. And I think he's too divisive. It's simple as that. And can he bring along these young players and advance them? I don't see that. No disrespect to what he's done in the past, but I fear that if we did have him, let's say starting next year and the year after, I think he may win us some silverware. He may, and I emphasize may, but I think by the time he leaves, whether it's on his terms or the owner's terms, I think you'll find that we're in more of a disarray than when he first joined. I'm serious about that.
No, I really understand where you're coming from, really. Bob, you can go ahead. Then Ty can round off that topic for us.
Yeah, I have to agree with all the points made by DJ and Roger. I would add to that Jose has worked with many great players, but these players became great in spite of Jose, not because of him. He tends to blunt stars. He doesn't like them. And Jose, although he's a winner, as much of a winner he is, he's also toxic. And in the Chelsea model now, we don't need that. When you're working with a large group of people, it's very easy to start to dismantle them and create factions. And he will do just that. With all the attackers we have, how expansively will he play? I think he will stifle them and he will discourage many of them, especially the young ones, and kill their talent. You might end up having Noni playing as a defensive midfielder instead of a winger. That's typical Jose. I mean, I'll never forget.
No, I know, but it's just funny. I know Bobby would
Yeah.
say that. I would have asked him
Yeah.
his ID if he did. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
look
Bobby.
at what he did to Mikel. Look at what he used to do to Joe Cole. Many a time he would slaughter Joe Cole for not defending. Look what he did to Hazard. He was responsible for a lot of the severe punishment Hazard
Were they
used
down
to get.
tools because of him?
Yeah, because of all this excess defending, and Hazard isn't a wing back. He'll force him to play wing back. So
look what he did in Man U also with the left back, the Shaw. He berated him so much. And that's a great term, stifled.
Yeah.
He stifled his career.
Absolutely. So that is the negative side of Jose, that in a new up and coming team, I don't want to see. I know he's got his eyes on Chelsea in particular because he is a Chelsea fan. I believe he is. He still has his home right close to the stadium. And then following that, he has his eyes on Newcastle because of the money in these two clubs.
Sure.
Yeah, that's one project I think he'd take up. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, if he has the opportunity, he'll go to Newcastle for sure. So that's who he's eyeing. But for us, no. I think, I say it, I stand with the owners. They've stuck by Potter. We may as well continue to stick by Potter no matter what, at least until the end of the season, and see what he's got to offer. The players have just arrived. A lot of them, he needs to integrate. He needs to start cooking. And, he's got the ingredients. Now he's got to cook. And I think this meal, he'll be cooking it till right after pre-season in the summer. So this is not the time for Jose. Maybe in the last year of their first 10-year spell at Chelsea, after they built the stadium, got the squad, won a few things, and they just want to win a few more because the squad is aging and about to be changed. Yeah, you can then go for him if he's still managing then. But for now, no.
Well put.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Bobby. 1 second here. What do we have?
I love his press conferences, however.
So what about FFP? Are we? Yeah.
He's entertaining.
What about
I'll give him
FFP?
that.
Are we still? Sorry.
He's very entertaining. I'll give him that. I just watched a couple of days ago a montage of his press conferences. They're bloody hysterical. He definitely is a special one.
He's box office, isn't he?
He doesn't lose that.
He really is.
Proper box office.
He's like Arnold Schwarzenegger of the Premier League. Or UEFA.
The FA would want him. They would want him to come back.
Of course. Yeah. Ratings.
Mm-hmm. So again, I'm going to let you handle this one. Again, I'm going to highlight this one, maybe come to it, because I need Ty to speak about the possibility of Jose Mourinho coming back to Chelsea. I'll highlight this. I'll come back to it. I heard Jose contacted the new owners during the buy of the club, asking if there was an option for Jose 3.0. Yeah. But now I think Bobby's argument makes perfect sense. Now, what the plan, the project, he doesn't fit at all. He doesn't fit. Quite a lot of change, quite a lot of young players. Like Bobby talks about how he stifles talents and all that, or frustrate them, if that makes more sense. It's not fair. We should have signed a Trossard. We miss out that the Potter signing. If we will lose out on Caicedo, our club is done. Wow. I think you're the new panic bus driver, really, if I'm saying
Yeah.
that. Jose is not good with young players, and that can stall the rebuilding. Yep, it will be problematic. It probably will make a lot of changes. Kai Havertz practically gone. Who else again? Maybe Ziyech, because you would want him for picking up those passes during counter attacks. He will keep that for Fofana because of his physicality. Who else will go? I think Raheem Sterling probably will go. He's that man. They would, but yeah, that I'm just gonna. I don't want it to happen there. No, 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 no. I made it how many notes now? Probably around 10 or 9. Mourinho would work at Chelsea, and I do not want to see the pragmatic style of play back at Chelsea. This is a different era. Football has evolved, and Mourinho's style is old and dusted, and he's refused to adapt, really. It was when we were being bought, not after GP took over. Oh, okay, now it makes sense. Thank you so much for bringing that out, because it just seemed, everything out there just seemed as if he's trying that now. Is Felix back from suspension? I think DJ answered your question that.
One more game.
Yeah, one more game. Again, Mourinho would excel if he had this budget to spend with us. Then it will not be a project. Again, it will not be the sort of project that the owners are looking for. It will still be
He
a
would
project,
buy
but
the
maybe
wrong
a short one.
players.
Yeah.
He'll buy
Yeah.
old,
Yeah.
ready-made, expensive.
Mhm.
For today and
this is not for
yesterday,
him.
not for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think Mourinho is into buying players because another club wants a player. I think he's into that. I think there's a pattern to that if you pay attention. Felix has one more game of suspension. Okay, and I think Mourinho also is into buying a player because a competing club wants that player, just to frustrate them, because he's into what's that? Is this psychological aspect of the whole thing, or what should I call it? He likes into mind games, and again, and finding again always trying to have a psychological edge over the opposition or competing teams and something like that. He does that quite well. We
And the
will
press.
need him against West Ham or generally or in general, really. Yeah, we will. Again, Felix will not be back for the Fulham match. Okay, until what game is the one? Chelsea
Ham.
must get top 4. Let's see if that happens. Again, Moises Caicedo wouldn't go to Chelsea anymore. Okay, you're probably not a Chelsea fan. Sancho rejuvenated onto Old Trafford. This is a Manchester United fan. Lucky Sin, nice to see you. Top 4 shouldn't be a goal this season. Contradicting the project, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel the same too. Can we send Lukaku to Brighton, part of the deal for Caicedo? Lukaku cash on top of Caicedo. I think there's a chance that the new manager can say, you know what, I can get him firing on all cylinders again. But would Lukaku want to go? No, because the truth remains his salary is hugely huge. It's humongous that they're not going to agree to do that. That's, by the way, anything else here? I think, sorry, guys, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. We need to switch a topic. Apologies. And I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. I will never forget this man hopped in a laundry basket
So true.
to enter the stadium. What a legend.
So true.
Yeah, indeed. Do you see Tammy Abraham returning to Chelsea at some point?
No.
No. If he comes back, I'd be surprised. Plus, the buyback clause is something north of £70 million. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that the case? Plus, Graham Potter prefers a more technically gifted player. But I'll take him over Lukaku anytime, any day. But that's, by the way, we move on. I'm going to try. I will try the best I can to get your subsequent contributions. What else do we have lined up? All right, this one gone, and we have this one. Rafael Pimenta. This one, I brought this up saying there's a chance we still sign. Again, Ty. Sorry, Ty has to speak about Jose Mourinho. Ty, you go ahead. Your thoughts on the Mourinho conundrum? Not conundrum.
It's all right,
really.
man. I'm used to being the forgotten panelist.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
Bobby's line.
but yeah,
you have to blame me.
I have to agree with what I heard, and yeah, Jose Mourinho coming back for the third time. for one, I would have to say this: we've already gone through that heartbreak of losing a good manager. Um, with him two times already, I don't think we need to see that a third time, because obviously he's not going to work for two of the reasons that I heard. Number one, obviously, when it comes on to the youthful players that we have, he's never really been fond of giving them an opportunity like that. He's always been a,
Mhm.
a quick success type of manager, and we've seen that. I mean, even the second time he came back, I'm not really sure if he expected us to win the league just like that, but he did make a statement that we're trying to rebuild again, and that stance is right now where we're trying to rebuild again, and right now we're not trying to do it quickly. We're trying to build slowly so that you can have long-term success and not short-term success, and then you have to start over the process
Mhm.
again. Chelsea haven't really done that. Even if we've won a lot of trophies, we haven't really done it in a way where we're successful long term. It's always been win a trophy here and then probably win a trophy the next season. But there's a regression in terms of progression. So I think we need to be careful about that. I don't think Jose Mourinho coming back would be good for that reason. And number two, quickly, is I I don't really think he would really work with a new structure. Things are changing, and he likes things his way or no way, and we don't like that attitude in unison. And I mean, if he can't get along with the ownerships and he cannot get behind what their methods are, and considering that the ownership is not just Todd Boehly, although some people tend to forget that it's there's lots of people that have say in a lot of things that are done and decisions that are made. So it's not just getting Todd Boehly to agree or Igbali to agree. It takes everybody that's a part of the consortium to agree. And Jose Mourinho is not really fond of not really having his way most of the time. So those two factors would be that if he comes in, it would definitely be short term, and we would be just trying to rush the process. But I think we should stick with a long term plan, and then we get to our long term goal of having consistency and competing long term.
Yeah, I agree with you. I nearly missed that. Again, great contribution. And Ty, I don't forget you. Even though you like blaming me, I'll take it, but that's fine. Much love, brother. I know, again, I'm joking. Here's the thing. The long-term plan, I think, will yield great results for us, really. Again, the future is so bright. I'm going to keep saying this. Rival fans and haters would want to, again, put on glasses before they be able to see, again, how bright the Chelsea future will be, will become, will be, again, because it's too bright, it will blind them if they don't have a glasses on, if that makes any sort of sense. So you have a Chelsea sack, Potter. Uh, no, and I don't think it happens. If anything, again, close to that, it will happen. It will be probably, again, let's say, again, we need to the end of the season. The owners need to the end of the season to assess him. And if we see the effort, if we see the team fight, he stays, no matter what you think. But that's, by the way, Lukaku must not come back. I don't think he will. 17 million for Bambi to return it to Chelsea. That is mad. But here's the thing. Okay, you're talking about AB. I'm guessing you're talking about Tammy Abraham there. Let's see what happens. Really, I don't think he will. Let's sign Enzo in the summer. In the summer, it's going to be really difficult. Ghana, Charleston. Okay, I'm guessing you're from Ghana, right? And there's nothing tells me you're from Ghana. We need to buy Enzo to strengthen our midfield. But that's, by the way, again, yeah, that's important. The midfield is very important. It will be key to us doing well going forward. Even right now, actually, I am surprised Boehly didn't resign, didn't resign William, so to speak. With all the wonderful meals he's having, I would figure he would visit William's restaurant again, have a good conversation and a good meal all together. Oh, Glenn. Oh, okay, Valley. Bro, thank you so much for the contribution. And I have to be honest with you, deep down, and I mean it. Ask everybody that will tell you, you don't really have to do this. I'll still get your
I
comment.
have a question.
But thank you. I appreciate that. Just 1 second, Bobby, sorry, just 1 second, please. Will Boehly sack Potter if he doesn't start to deliver results after Boehly is spending so much money and backing up Potter. Good show, guys. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Bobby, go ahead with what you were saying. And if I can start with you, I'd really want you to answer this question after you say what you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Weston McKennie has gone to Leeds, who already have Tyler Adams.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, these proponents of 90 million for Caicedo. I mean, I like Caicedo, but you have to ask a question, you know, and please, you know, can someone explain to me, is he better than Weston McKennie? Is he even better than Tyler Adams? Is he better than
And how
what's the
much did
other
they go
American
for?
midfielder?
How much did they
Musa.
go? How much did McKennie go for?
I think it was about 20 million in the end, 20 something million.
Exactly.
I'm. You see, this is the thing. There's a lot of hype, as our brother Minerals will say, Johnny Minerals. You know, brown envelopes. A
Yeah.
lot involved in putting such a price tag on these players. I don't know. I think it'll be more than foolish to spend as much as 90 million on Caicedo. I don't see that. You know,
I hope not.
even spending 90 million on Enzo, to me, I don't see that. I don't see that
Really?
player. Enzo, is he 90 million? 90 million is Messi territory, all that sort of territory. I
Yeah,
know
and he's not
people like
proven in
Jack
our league.
Grealish.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, I know Jack Grealish went for 100 million, which I thought was ridiculous. We need to arrest this.
It's
I don't feel
hyperinflation.
convinced. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I mean, really, you know, you look at Weston McKennie and see what he'll be doing at Leeds, and you'll be wondering what we're up to. I think our scouts need to be a little bit wiser. I would like to see us say to Brighton, look, here's 65 million, and we'll loan him back to you in terms of Caicedo. I think that's extremely fair. That is a super bargain for them. When you start talking 90, 100 million, you're getting silly. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
So,
Yeah,
so
just quickly, I'm going to say this, Bobby. Here's the thing. If we put aside the price that's being quoted,
Mhm.
Enzo is a better player than McKenzie is. I've watched him for the U.S. national team. I've also watched him for Juventus.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah. Again, if anything, the only issue for me is the prices out of this one. And I know you know quite well, given that we want him now, you pay premium in January. Plus, like Glenn mentioned in the chat, World Cup, again, tax. But that's by the way. Roger, you wanted to say something. I want Bobby to start answering the question on the screen here from Valley. And Valley, thank you again for the contribution, bro. I appreciate that. And I'm happy that you're enjoying the show. Go ahead, Roger. You wanted to say something given what Bobby just said.
yeah, I have to concur wholeheartadly.
It's shocking.
No, but yeah, I get it. But it's not sustainable. You know, what was it, 4 years ago? Was it 5 years ago? N'Golo joined us, Kante, for 30 million. And
Yeah.
I thought that was extortion then. You know?
Yeah, I mean, we were lucky to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now in hindsight, that's a steal. But, you know, I think realistically in today's prices, we're not talking about this window, an average player, starting player, should be about 30 million, maybe 40. Not this 80, 100, because this is what it's turning out to be now, 75, 50 to 75.
Can you talk about what's the reason for the high price, Roger?
Well, you know what?
Well-
It's multiple things. It's advertising. You know, don't forget, you know, the average Premier League game is viewed by 300 million people in China alone. It's viewed more than the rest of the top 4 other leagues in UEFA combined. So the advertising is huge. The new TV contracts, they're absurd. And so there's what you call a trickle-down effect. But it's just, and you know what, this is why, and I shouldn't swear here, but the Super League is it has such a strong propensity to actually have a serious, second opportunity because of the fact that these other leagues, these Juves, these Real Madrids, Barcelona, they cannot keep up with us. They are drowning in the wake of the Premier League. It's basically a one league, and I don't know. It's to me, this is, as I said, it's unsustainable, and it's monopoly money. It's ridiculous.
About it being
It's a bubble,
sustainable,
and that bubble can burst.
Yeah, I don't think they will do this again. And
Who's
they've let the groundwork.
Can you be more
Again,
specific?
they've let the groundwork for them not to spend this much money on players in the
Oh, you
future,
mean
given
Chelsea?
lots of the young players were signed. But
You've
now,
misaligned the response.
Sorry?
You've misaligned the response. We're not talking about the club. We're talking about the sellers.
Yes.
And
yeah, okay.
what he's saying is that we are
demand
going
and supply,
too
right?
frequently to the 100 million selling market. Every player now, we're talking 100 million now.
Yeah, even for Ronaldo or a Messi, that's obscene. And I mean, these are great players, great. In 50 years, 100 years, they'll look back and say these were great players in the truest definition of the term, but not for your Billy Bob, your average Joe. No, I'm sorry, 50 to 75 million for a starting player. This is a joke. It's farcical.
Yeah, I mean,
all right,
Rice,
Bobby. The question on the screen from Valley.
Yeah, Boehly is going to stick with Potter definitely till I think well after the preseason, and see if he starts the season like he started at Chelsea with struggling and failing, and then there will be questions about his job. Will they pull the trigger? I think he's ready to give him a good run. But there's a limit. He can't wander far down the league like he has now because the investment is too high. There must be some return on that level of investment. Having said that, we're talking as if Chelsea is the only club that will have a high level of investment. I think by the end of the summer, clubs like Manchester City, Man United, Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle, Tottenham, they're all going to spend extortionate sums of money. So it's relative. However, because we've made our purchases early and he will have time with them, there will be an expectation for a greater output. And yet again, this comes to this 100 million talk. It's clear, West Ham is trying to use media to create some sort of bidding war to keep Declan Rice's price at 100 million. It's clear Brighton are trying to antagonize a bidding war between Chelsea and Arsenal to see if they can do the same with Moises Caicedo. Fine. I believe there comes a point where no matter how good somebody is or something is, you simply have to walk away. There's always an alternative. Just like yesterday, when I gave the example of when you meet a nice lady and you're going after her, I'll give this example. You're going after a really nice lady. She's beautiful, everything, but too much attitude. There gets to a point where you look at it and you think, is this worth my time, my money, and my effort? And the simple reason is no. So you turn around and you walk away. And you know what? When you do that, you'll find she'll come after you. Same thing with these players.
Spot on, Bobby.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Same thing with these players is that you can, I believe, you pursue Caicedo up until the 65 million mark, 70 million mark if you want to get a bloody nose and the altitude is high. Anything out over that, you walk away. If you want to be generous, you can throw in a couple of players if they're willing to go, or you can offer the loan back till the summer. If they say that's not enough, then fine. Anybody who wants to be that stupid to pay more than that, fine, you're welcome to it, because
All
you
right.
can always go off
Let's.
and get a Weston
Coach,
McKennie or a
No.
Tyler Adams or whatever. So it's not
Coach, may I
worth it.
just say something briefly? It's not just us. You look at United, they spent like 82 million on Anthony. They spent 70 million on Casemiro, a 30-something-year-old. With regards to this statement, listen, I'm talking about any manager.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
I
about...
wanted you to talk about this statement in
Right,
particular,
right.
so we can
Yeah,
move on to other topic.
I
And just
believe...
quickly, Roger, please, if you're watching, if you haven't, keep liking the stream, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much for that. Go ahead, Roger.
Yes, smash that bloody like button. I'm fed up of Coach saying that. Otherwise, he's going to have to do one-armed push-ups from now on, not two, one-armed, okay? So listen, I believe, let's say it's Potter or whomever right now. It's not specific to Potter, but I believe because of the fact he's gone through a lot, I think you're looking at 12 months till next Christmas. If we don't make top 4, okay, we understand that. But he has to make top 7 at the end of the season, in my opinion. If he's outside of the top 7, then I think worst case would be he has to start next season up till Christmas. He'll be given until up to Christmas to do, because he'll have a pre-season, an entire pre-season, and currently there are no plans to travel overseas currently, and therefore that should be enough time to, shall we say, fully know who your starters are, what formations you want, and know your squad. And I believe, assuming we don't lose 10 games in a row off the start. Do you understand? I'm talking about if we persist in getting reasonable results. But eventually, results do have to matter. But I think these owners are looking long term. They really are. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger on him for various reasons. Because if you look at their record in baseball, they're not inclined to do so. They look at the long term. They're going to be very patient.
Yeah.
And
again, guys, let's try and get it to 200 likes as soon as possible. We're now at 149, but we can do better than that. An excellent question from Valley, and an excellent response to it also. Go ahead, Roger, if you were still talking. Sorry.
No, I just think that's it, because that's their MO in baseball. And I think they're mentioning, and from the outset, it's a project. Unless he fails objectively, then I don't see that transpiring. I think they stick with him. Even if he ends up in the lower half of the table, I think they will afford him time. It's simple as that.
Yeah. DJ, you have anything to add to that?
No. Again, no. I think you guys have covered all that.
The gang covered it.
I agree. Yeah, they all covered it. Yeah, I agree. He's asking that question. Yeah, both you and Bobby have obviously again making some valid points again.
You don't think they'll pull the trigger on him?
No,
I don't think they will. At least we'll wait to the end. If anything will happen, it will be after the season. But go ahead, DJ, with what you were saying.
No, I think with, as I said, I think with the whole Graham Potter situation, I do believe they've got him in. You know, it seems like from what we're hearing, that they're gonna maintain him at least, like you said, at least for now. You know, it just again depends on what he can do with these players. Really, if the players don't believe in what he's doing, and we carry on we start like this next season, I can see them pulling the trigger. But for now, I think he'll get to the end of the season. He'll get the pre-season and see what he can do to shape this team into the way he wants them to play, and we'll have to see it from there.
Yeah.
All right. Ty, you want to add anything? I want to catch up with the chat so we can switch topics. Some updates there from Leon Lane I want to look at quickly. You have anything to add to that, Ty? To the question on the screen. All right, let's move on. Lucky seeing a Manchester United fan there every time. It looks like he comes here to release the stress of everything going wrong at Manchester United. After buying all these players for Potter, we again, the fans will demand cups from him. I'm guessing your phone was trying to help you spell. It happens, smartphones and that smart after all, even if Chelsea win trophies. I don't think so. I think, I'm going to say this again, maybe for the last time. Yeah, I don't know if that's possible, because somebody will still say something in the chat that's going to make me say it. Potter losing his job again depends on how well we try. If we try very well, and then it turns out we're not just lucky. A lot of factors to consider, a lot of changes in the team, all those things. I think Potter leaving isn't that simple, really. Again, as a United fan, that's why a win trophy, sack managers. Okay, and let me go 50 to 60 million, but World Cup taxes. Yeah, he's talking about Enzo Fernandez. Again, win trophies, and then exactly. We can find a cheaper midfield alternative now. Buy Enzo for the summer, or we might risk losing him in the summer because all the teams will look at getting him. Probably looking at him right now. It's really again not that simple. If we're gonna get him, now is the time. In the summer, it will be even more difficult, if that makes any sort of sense. Let me see what we have again. Buy Enzo, assume like again we did like Nkunku, leave him on loan there. But I think given the owners, the new owners persistent to bring Enzo in now, just like they had planned to do with Gusto. I think they're planning to win the Champions League. They feel like if we get in good enough players, we may well be able to win the Champions League and also make top four. So that's why it was difficult for them to say. It wasn't easy for them to let Gusto stay for the remainder of the season at Lyon. Let's see again. Yes, guys, please keep liking the stream. We're at 152 likes right now. Let's try and get it to 200 as soon as possible. That does go, like the likes do go along with for the channel. Since we've bought Mudryk, all the clubs know again that they know that again we are minted and want to pull our pants down when prices prices.
That's really subtle.
Yeah, very, very. Oh my goodness, Valley, you kill it.
Thanks for the visual.
Yeah, for the image, right? But that's hilarious. Joseph should sign Caicedo for White in the summer. Okay. Esaberno says nobody is sacking Potter. Anyone thinking they will doesn't understand why he was employed, or the sign is being made. Boehly made it clear trophies are not necessary. You have to be specific. Again, it's not an immediate. You can say aim. The stabilization comes first, and then trophies will be secondary. And maybe I'll understand that. But if you say trophies aren't necessary without clarifying to what year, I have a problem with that. I have to be honest. And he will. Okay, good. Let me see again. I think we will finish 5th or 6th. If anything, I'm going to say this again.
I do also.
If we don't get Champions League, I don't want any other European engagement. If that makes any sort of sense
gentlemen,
to you.
Coach, did you see Trossard play for Arsenal versus Man United last night?
No, I missed it.
I saw the game.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I saw the game.
Trossard looked good, didn't he?
He did. But to be honest with you, I'll be honest with you, Glenn. He did look good, but for me, I don't know. He didn't seem to. I think he was substituted, wasn't he? At the end, wasn't he? I think he brought on the big guns, as they said, and they still couldn't get anything out of that game. But yeah, he did. From the glimpses that they showed of him, he didn't look about. Obviously, a good signing for them. But
he looks very technical.
Is this you guys regretting he moved to Arsenal?
No, not at all, mate. Not at all, bro. Not at all.
Really, for me personally, I do. I want him.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean he's a good player, but you can't have everybody, can you? So
thank you.
Oh,
at least the gang disagrees on something.
Christmas tree.
Do you know what? But do you know what? Though? But you know what? I still think though in Mudryk, I think this kid is going to be something special at Chelsea.
Yeah,
he's going to be far better than Trossard.
Sure.
And Arsenal fans are still kicking. I'm hearing them on their Twitter feed pages, right?
Yeah,
they are still up in arms about Mudryk, and even though they kind of say,
we don't looking for any excuse to call him a bad player.
Rubbish. Nah, he ain't rubbish.
I know he's not.
Do you like Felix?
I know. There's Arsenal fan.
Do you like
Felix?
Me?
Yeah, myself. Oh, mate, 100%. I wanted him at Chelsea
too.
I wanted him at
British sporting kids too. So
no, I wanted
yeah.
him at Chelsea when Roman Abramovich first went after him all those years. I think it was about 2 or 4 years ago, before he went to Atletico Madrid. We were linked with him then, and I was hoping we'd get him back then. Obviously, ended up going to Atletico Madrid, but now we've got him. I think he's one to watch for the summer. To be honest with you, I think we're going to get him in the summer.
Yep. All right. Let me get what else we have here. This one again. We've talked about that. Arsenal won't spend anything same with sports. Yep. I think they're usually reluctant to spend big money, but it looks like that's changing. Not sure if this. Yeah, we already talked about it, but thank you again. Kimso been laughing. It's not funny. It's funny. Kimso, have all the fun you like. Latif Khalid says, "Sup, coach? Again, thanks for your great job. Thanks to all the panelists, not just me. Thanks for the mods, everybody. Again, the police and the chat with great contribution, answering questions again because the panelists can answer every questions. Let's offer Brighton 17 million and loan him back to them until the end of the season. I don't think the club paid that much money to leave him there, but you never know. The spending on young talent for longevity." Will reduce expenditures in the future. That's exactly the same thing I said. Maybe 1 or 2 a season, again, like Ferguson used to do at United. So that's a good plan. The future looks bright. Let me see what else here. Even when I walk away, no, we're not doing that here.
Oh,
Good one. That's
we're not doing that here, really. This is no relationship class.
Sensei. We're going to call him Sensei from
No,
now
but
on.
that's hilarious. So thank you for that one, but I'm not reading it, really.
That's brilliant.
People appear to have missed the project the consultant wants. The expenditure is not for the result, mainly for the future. Guys, kindly follow and subscribe to the channel. Let's push this space forward. Yes, guys. 153 likes. There's 47 more to get it to 200. Let's get it to 200 at least. Today is Saturday. I'm not in a rush to go anywhere because we'll still have quite a lot loaned up. But at one point, we will stop and start it later in the evening because the transfer window just 3 days left. Would you get Klopp at Chelsea? No. I've seen enough to know he's predictable. I'm not, again, I'm not a coach by any means necessary, but the truth is, the fact that you recognize that there will always be a high line, that's a problem. One, plus the fact that, again, it's about pressing and pressing consistently. If you can keep the ball and keep it very well, they'll tire out and you can still beat them. I don't want him at Chelsea, really. He has a way of running his team to the ground. At one point, you see injuries popping up like this, boom, 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 too many players getting injured or something. But that's, by the way, you see them tiring out too. He's better off switching leagues. Again, I personally think that if Potter doesn't deliver next season, at least next season, again, but it has to take some awful lengthy, you could say, chain of poor performances for them to decide that. If they're saying improvement to an acceptable measure, he's doing things that are coming together, I think they'll leave him. He stays. Again, I get that. Thank you so much for that contribution there. Chelsea must be acting deadline Tuesday. Let's see. Even now, anything can happen today. Sam Jovi, I think PSG will come in for Enzo in the summer. He recently said he is a PSG fan. I don't think many Argentines grow up wanting to play for PSG. So that's another great comment. I think we're well aware that if it gets to the summer, it won't be just us, because summer, the price goes down. It's not going to be, it's not like January where you say you pay premium to get player from certain clubs. Again, correct. Not immediately. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. In the window, anything else here to address? Arsenal were poor last night. Arteta tinkered too much, probably thinking he knows Pep very well. It was a poor game overall. I didn't finish watching it, actually. Again, Arteta tinkered too much with that team for the FA tie against. Maybe he's prioritizing the league.
Oh, for sure.
There's a chance that's the case. Again, if Brighton wants 90 million for Caicedo, then how much would they want for a cup winner, Alexis Mac Allister? It depends on the length of his current contract. And we're shameless, actually. Chelsea are shameless, but I don't blame them, and I like that. They're waiting for Mac Allister too. I heard that, and it's this January transfer window. Arsenal are definitely trying to get their back for the Mudryk hijack when bidding for Caicedo. That may well be the case. And again, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies, guys. I'll try to get. Oh, I'm already there. Bobby. They really do want Bobby to give them advice on what to do.
No, you know what?
Yeah, when you as a suitor, the person you're going for keeps telling you they want to go make their hair, and you're not getting it. I will never forget that one. Until somebody says,
I love it.
Yeah, just somebody says, just move on. They are he's rejecting you.
Share your wisdom. Share your wisdom.
Yeah,
It's true. It's not on us.
It's just hilarious. It's just hilarious. And usually at that age, as a young man, you usually don't get the signs.
Yeah.
No. It's like
being a male, we're clueless, right?
Yeah.
Completely naive.
God,
I mean,
No. Girls at that age,
she could give us the middle finger.
Mean.
Yeah, we could get the middle finger. We're going, she wants me.
Boy. Yeah.
Let's move on. Again, this one says Rafinha. Rafinha, yeah, again, the story now is hilarious, and I don't want to go into it. This is a very good point. I'm not sure. Probably it's not going to be easy because you could say some were arguing that was actually what infuriated them to say, okay, you know what, we're not selling Caicedo except if it is 100 million. Please like and subscribe if you enter. If you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. We move to the next subject, some updates. Yeah, this one here, again, Chelsea made an offer in addition to the players to Brighton. There's a big name among those two. I'm just going to move on because the argument will come in what big name among those two. I don't know who that could possibly be. If anybody, maybe Ziyech. That's the closest I could think of as a big name there. Who else would they want? And would they actually want Ziyech? We haven't lost who's also a winger.
There's three.
It may well be Ziyech.
Sorry, Christian.
Yeah.
There's three plays that were mentioned from it, or I don't even call them big names. I mean, they are for Chelsea fans. They're always going to be big names, regardless of how they are in the pecking order of the team. But the three plays I heard, it's Loftus-Cheek, and I wasn't saying when I was messing around earlier. It was Loftus-Cheek, Chalobah, and possibly Levi Corville was the other one being mentioned as a possible deal break for Caicedo.
What do you think? Do you think they would want that?
Well, at the moment they've got one of them there at the moment, haven't they? And apparently he's playing very, very well in Levi Corville. And I hope it's not him because I want him to come back. We all know Chalobah. I think Chalobah signed a new contract. Again, people say our contracts don't mean nothing, but I think you don't sign a contract. You don't make him sign a new year contract. You're gonna then say, okay, you're not good enough to play in this team. I think when he's come in, Chalobah, I think he's done very, very well for us. So I'd hate to lose him as well. The other next one you have to look at is Loftus-Cheek. Yeah, then you have to then look at Loftus-Cheek. He's just come back from injury. Is he going to get into that Chelsea midfield? No, I don't personally think he is, especially with the injuries that we've got. And we need a midfielder. So it possibly could be him. But again, people saying it's a big name player. I've not heard any other names that have been mentioned, but they're the three I heard only. And that could be as part of the deal. But
DJ, it cannot be Chalobah. It cannot be Colwell. It cannot. No. These are our future. It's simple as that. And as much as Bobby and I really, really love, what's his name? Ruben Loftus-Cheek. I think maybe his time is up here. Sadly, because I really like him and I would love to see him succeed at the Bridge. I really would. I know I'm being too, shall we say, I romanticize him a lot because he's a Cobham chap and what have you, but it's a shame. He's been bloody unlucky with injuries.
Yes, with injuries, 100%.
But the other two, I think they're off the table. If that does transpire, then I will have second guess from now on our strategy going forward. Yeah, I really will. That to me, that's nonsensical in my opinion.
No, agreed, mate. Agreed 100%, Roger. Like I said, but then, regardless of how we look at our players, as far as we're concerned, all our players in the Chelsea team are big name players, yeah, regardless of where they are, what they are. So when people say, but then you say, is Loftus-Cheek a big enough name to say he's big enough to be part of this deal? That's the other question. And for us Chelsea fans, we'd say, yeah, he is big for us Chelsea fans, regardless of for us. But then,
listen, his potential is still there.
Yeah, he's 27, 26, 27 now, isn't he? Is that,
I would love to see him succeed. I would. I want nothing more.
It's not going to happen. This Graham Potter still sees him as a deep lying midfielder or playing him on the flanks as a wing back.
I agree. He's a great number 8 or even a number a winger in some regards.
And the annoying aspect, he's better at fulfilling the 8 role than any of those that have played the 8 role under Graham Potter and under Thomas Tuchel.
Look what he's done when he's played in
the two managers haven't even tried. Okay, let's try him there. But go ahead.
Look what he's done when he's played in that position for us. He looks amazing.
Yeah, he does.
Especially again, he's done well in the right wing back position, which is in his primary role in that position isn't to defend, but to help overload the midfield and also join the attack.
Yeah,
but in terms of playing 6s, no, because he can't read the game.
Yeah,
even though it looks good on the eye. But if you look beyond how he likes to keep the ball on the carpet, how he glides through the midfield with the ball, if you look beyond those two factors, you'll find out he shouldn't be playing that deep. Whenever he does that, there's always some measure of confusion. And that defense suffer a lot.
Yeah. Well, because he's never played there before, historically, I don't believe.
Yeah. But managers do like to see him. It's delicious to watch him play there, really, in terms of when we have the ball. But go ahead, Roger, what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I everything that DJ has said, it's totally agree. It's that's a good question though. Is he big enough for the trade per se?
He is. They've lost Trossard, so they've been looking for a player in that that's capable. I think he'd fulfill that role for them. I think even better.
I think he would. Yeah, you're right. I think it would advance his career, and they're attractive on the eye. I know they're losing players left, right, and center, but they're a bloody good team. They really are.
They got good scouting network, Roger. They find some good players, some good players.
If you play them and you don't take them seriously, that's at your own peril because they will have you for lunch. It's simple as that. They're a well-oiled machine now. They are,
and they picked just the perfect manager to replace Graham Potter, a manager who's good at motivating players.
Yeah,
exactly. And I think Potter's done a good job there, building them from nothing. I think he's done very well since he took over there, and it shows. It shows, and you're right. His successor has done very well. He would fit in there.
All right, this one here says, Felix Badiashile. Sorry, Roger, were you saying something?
No, not at all, sir.
Okay, Felix Badiashile and Mudryk and 3 allowable for Champions League. Caicedo can be added, not played before this season, but Enzo means one has to be left out. Okay. Oh, thank you for again.
No, Cesare Casadei has gone on loan to Reading.
Yeah. Go ahead again. Since you talked about it, I think it would be a good loan for him. He's a good player and gets to play again week in, week out. That would be good for him. I'd keep Ziyech and sell Pulisic. That guy is made of glass. Roger will be looking for your Twitter handle right now to follow you.
I want him to succeed, coach, but I just
I get it. And just in the aspect of the glass aspect is where I'm talking.
Oh yeah,
to return to Loftus-Cheek. I want to go to heaven, so I'm not going to be reading everything you write. You're right there. Again, RSC has to go. Let me get back at you, Kimso. Aubameyang has to go like now, if that means anything to
yesterday.
You. Like yesterday, exactly. Callum Hudson-Odoi, anyone keep or sell? Just sell him. Just sell him. It's gotten worse. Sell him for his own good. Maybe he needs a fresh start. He needs to look back and say, okay, I'm no longer a Chelsea player. Maybe I'm starting afresh. Let me show what I'm capable of doing. Things has gotten worse for him, even in Germany.
What does Bobby San think?
No, do you know what? You know how much I hate selling players?
Yes,
But in
I
this
know
case,
that.
I would sell. And if you're that concerned, sell with a buyback clause like we did with Tammy, but sell, cut him loose, see whether he can find something, find his confidence, find his
Yeah.
form back, whatever. Because at the moment he can't fit into Chelsea, not with his current form. So let him
And
go.
I don't think Potter has the luxury too, like he had at Brighton, or the stories we heard, he helping a drunk put his career back on track and all that. I don't think he has that luxury at Chelsea. Winning comes first. I get it, but at this point, he still have time. But even I don't think he has enough time to accommodate somebody like Callum Hudson-Odoi and trying to build him up and all that. As much as I like him, as much as I know he still got it in him, I think he needs to change clubs. He needs that refresh button. Maybe. I'm sorry, guys. Again, I have to disagree. IRC was my favorite player from the academy, but I think we needed to move on from him. So you finally gave up. Okay. Aubameyang goes. Since IRC goes, Kimson loves Aubameyang so much. But that's by the way. Brighton scouts are not at Chelsea. Ziyech can go. Brighton again. He would cook there. Yeah, for sure. I cannot sell injured players. Yeah, that's the truth. Have to be
I
in the
would be
summer.
surprised until we start to resolve our midfield. I don't see us getting rid of Ruben at all.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
No one
someone like
actually.
Moises Caicedo comes in, he's not going.
No
Yeah,
one's
possibly,
going
and
anywhere.
that's especially true if again because it seems as if Potter likes him. Let's see what happens. I've got to go to a birthday party.
And
Cheers,
Zakaria and Kante are both still out injured.
yeah,
Yes, they are.
yeah, that's the
And
truth.
Kovacic now.
Yeah, that's the truth. I have to go to a birthday party. Cheers for the show. Big up, coach. Big up to you too, brother. Ty Rogers, Sav, DJ Sav again, chat, and of course, Bobby, Sayonara. Sayonara.
Big up to you, Glenn, mate. Big up to you, bro.
Glenn,
Yeah,
that's
you were.
great.
I was thinking it was
I love
going
his
to just
comment.
end normal. Of course, it has to do that.
Senora.
Yeah. Much love, Glenn. See you next time, brother. Again, I think we'll have an evening show today, Saturday, and I'm not going anywhere to go pick up my son. Again, Hudson needs to choose a new position. It doesn't make sense why Tuchel played him right wing back. I think choosing a new position isn't really the problem. It's him. His mindset really. Mourinho is coming. No, he's not coming. He's not. A midfield of Mac Allister, Enzo, and Caicedo sounds tasty. I am just dreaming. You're allowed to dream. But I hope again at least half of what you're seeing that dream comes through. Aubameyang cannot go anywhere. I know. I'm well acquainted with that. To La Liga changing their rules to allow Barca to register him. He has had again his 2 clubs allowed in a season and they can't re-register him. So I'm well acquainted to that. So we're gonna switch topic. And Roger will say, how you wish that was close. This isn't today, but it just it says according to Athletic Sun Lee, Raheem Sterling would have preferred a move to Liverpool in the summer when he left City. However, jogging clubs showed no interest in signing him. One club tried to keep him, didn't he?
Can't recall that.
I can't recall him. I think he was ready. I don't know whether he wanted to keep him because I think they were bringing some other players in already. I don't know if they wanted to actually keep him.
He was poor for Liverpool, Sterling.
Yeah.
My cousin is a diehard Liverpool fan, and he would text me every week going, "What do they see in this chat?" And I used to watch. Well, I still do. I watch Liverpool maybe 50 to 75% of the time, and you know what? I've never rated him. Now he has improved immensely under Klopp, under Pep, obviously with his intelligent runs to the near and far post. You know, he's improved in that regard immensely. But his first touch lets him down, and lately, this season, his dribbling is putrid. It's I think it's 15 out of 54. It's 23 point something %. It's It's poor.
Yeah, this comment right here, coach, you realize the French defense could be almost all at Chelsea. Yeah. Again, we have Fofana, right? One.
Yep.
And we have Badiashile.
Yep.
And then we have the next generation defenses are all at Chelsea.
Gusto.
Gusto.
Yeah.
The best defensive talent they have are all at Chelsea right now.
This is why we need
Honestly,
Rice.
unless not forget.
You don't know is get Lucas Digne.
Oh,
sorry.
Or Kurzawa. Get a Lucas Digne or Kurzawa, and they have a full French back four.
And let's not forget N'Golo Kante in the midfield. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's
one.
A lot
of French Revolution, really.
Yeah.
Well, what happened at Newcastle years ago?
What was
Is that? This is a history session.
Sorry, Roger.
Do you remember Newcastle had so many French players? And what do they call them? Chateau Neuf or whatever. Do you remember that was their nickname? Yeah, that was hysterical. All the crowd used to wear the French berets and onions around their neck. Do you remember that? You gotta love Geordies.
Who was that? No, who was that excellent winger they had? He was so brilliant. He signed. I think they thought he was going to go to Arsenal, and he went to Newcastle instead. What was his name? No. I can't get his name now. What a player he was for Newcastle. But anyway, you've gone back. Sorry, Kuchila, you were saying something, bro. I'll interrupt what you were saying. Sorry, Geezer.
No, I was just catching up with each other. I'll come back to that so we round off soon. Sorry?
You're not talking about Aniobi?
No.
He was
a forward.
He was a winger.
Maybe Junior was a winger, but I don't think he's the person that DJ is referring to.
No, I mean they had David. They had David Ginola, obviously. He was one of them, but he's not the winger I'm talking about. There was another one that came afterwards to them as well. And I just can't. He either played as a winger or he played as a striker. I cannot remember his name at all.
They had some good French players.
Yeah. Just trying to get.
We're going to be a very heavily French laden team. Which is fine.
Yeah, I think somebody here. Are you talking about Hatem Ben Arfa?
Oh, yeah, Ben Arfa.
He was
excellent.
He was excellent. He was one of them. And there was another one. I think he was a striker. In fact, he was a striker that played for them. I can't get. I remember. All I remember was he was going to go to Arsenal, and in the end, he opted to go to Newcastle. And everyone was saying, "How the hell did Newcastle get some Arsenal for this guy?" That's all I can remember when it happened.
They were good. They were an entertaining team.
All right, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. Coach, you realize France? Yep, we talked about that. And Lukaku back at Chelsea? I'd say no. And if he was again the more technically gifted, you could say the club would say, okay, since we're paying him again nearly all his salaries, maybe we should bring him back to work for us. But he wouldn't work in a Potter system. If he comes back, Potter would have to adjust how he likes to approach the game to accommodate Lukaku.
No fluidity.
And he comes back with something Ty talked about then when he nearly signed for us, the main guy syndrome. He would want everything to be about him. Yeah. So I don't think you would make any sense for that to happen, Courtney. Never. Okay, let's see. Yeah, again, you get your answer there. Ben Arfa, yeah. Again, any more news on Vadio? Do you guys see this happening this summer? I think going for Vadio, honestly, will be waste of money, given the obvious, probably again, emergence of Levi Colwill. Except if we decide to let him join Brighton because we want Caicedo, then we may need one more defender to pick up the numbers. Yeah, I get it. Hatem Ben Arfa, that's his full name. And sorry, I skipped yours. I didn't know you already mentioned him there. And Iswara, I hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you for finding time to join the show. We're almost rounding up. We have a few minutes to round up. Koulibaly not working for us. No. It's too early to say that. If you agree that Potter needs time, then you may well again apply that logic to Koulibaly too. If that makes any sort of sense to you. He needs time to get to the end of the season before coming to that conclusion. Go ahead.
Coach, will he be afforded an appropriate amount of starts in a row consecutively, though?
Yeah, I think he will. He's that good. Here's the thing. I think Koulibaly needs to play in a way that he's the guy leading the back line.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the games he's played to Chelsea.
Oh,
He's played for Chelsea. He needs to be the guy in command for us to see getting his best performance in that shirt. Because that's something he's done for how many years that's something he's done for how many years for he did it for Napoli.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. So watch all the games he's played for Chelsea. I think one in particular stands out. The game against Wolves, he led the back line. The pairing was him and Chalobah. He was excellent, near immaculate in that game. And all those games where people are actually blaming him comes down to lack of proper protection for the defense. So much pressure on that defense, so it was easy to start pointing fingers. See,
Coach,
for instance, see the case. See, what's his name? Kukurea, who's been one of those singled out. But he's had the chance to show there's more to his game when we played with proper protection in the midfield area from the midfield. So
Coach, that's the only
I think,
game this year that we played well in. I think we can safely say that. It's the only
which one?
The Wolves game.
Beyond that, he's played well in other games too.
I'm talking about as a team, the whole team.
The whole team played well in that game.
4-2-3-1.
Yeah, that's that formation really. And my friend, what's his name, Carlito says again. How did he phrase it in his profile? A big advocate of the formation 4-2-3-1. So, but that's by the way again. What time will you finish, Coach? In a bit, and then we don't have too much lined up to. And I'd really like us to wrap up as soon as possible. Marseille are buying Unahi for 10 million. I've seen that. What about Amrabat? Amrabat is a good shout for the midfield area. He's physical and he can read the game quite well, and it can, But we'll see. They have some profile of players they're looking for. Yeah, so Bafemi Martins did play for Newcastle United, and I remember he did play under the Newcastle legend when he tried out his hands in coaching. The leading is he still the leading top scorer in the Premier League? What's his name? The Newcastle legend. He's a pundit now.
Number 9. Yeah.
Alan Shearer.
Shearer, yeah.
Shearer. Bafemi Martins played under him. Please, I told you I want to go to heaven. I'm not going to say these things you're writing there. Coach, I'm happy with the signing so far. We, as Chelsea fans, have to realize that getting a midfielder will be hard. It looks like Chelsea are only going for Class A or Class B, not C or D. I'll take that. Okay, I'm going to make up a name for Aubameyang. Maybe you should stop that, Coach. Do a sell or keep for a squad. I think we should do that. We have time now before the Premier League starts again. We'll do a construct of the new lineup. By that time, the transfer window will be short, so we'll have a good idea of what players.
That's a good idea, Courtney.
Yeah. Again, let's see if Koulibaly will improve. I think he will. Again, I will take upon your view, and we'll wait until the summer. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you, really. And bring me back for 6 months. Who you, Diego Costa? It's not happening. He actually struggled at World. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's by the way. I think we move on. We're gonna have to move on to the next topic. That one I think we've talked about it with Bobby. But if anybody here wants to say anything about that, and this one right now is regarding again according to Caicedo. Mercato Web, Tottenham will table a bid to sign Romeo Lukaku from Chelsea if Antonio Conte continues as their manager. Bobby has explained some important reasons why it's absolute nonsense. One of which is his salary. I don't think they can accommodate that. Yeah. If we're selling him, which means we're relinquishing anything regarding his salary to the buyer.
What's he on, Coach?
Sorry?
What's he on per week?
A lot. It should be close to 300. Or 300.
Okay. I think it's 350,000 a week. I think he's on.
Yeah, exactly. So I usually how I do if I'm pulling a number from nowhere, I make sure I'm not going above. Instead, I stay down a bit. If that,
that's a lot.
That is a lot, isn't it?
That's a lot of money, and we're paying majority, large portion of it, even though he's on loan at Inter. Yeah. If that makes any sort of sense to
if
you.
we terminate the contract, we still have to pay him. It's
Yeah,
not like the NFL.
Inter could care less what we do with them. We owe them, as at last year, last 2 years, we owe them 70 million plus. So probably that by now will be lower. It should be 60 plus or so. I'm not sure, maybe 50 plus, given the loan fees agreed and all that. Even the loan fees isn't that much. Wasn't it like 5 million or so? I'm not sure. I don't remember, but it's still a huge L no matter what happens, really. Aubameyang equal to Wakanda forever. Yeah, again, he lost that. Again, Black Panther, yep. Oh, okay, thank you. So somebody's in the chat fighting for me. If you say anything about Koulibaly, somebody will say something about Aubameyang. But I have to agree. Aubameyang's, again, the fact that he hasn't performed is not down to him. He hasn't gotten the services. He thrives whenever he gets that. With João Felix and Modric, Aubameyang will thrive. I believe so. If he gets the service, I think he will start scoring. If he starts scoring, a lot changes for him. He's that type of player. What about Højbjerg from Spurs? Sorry for the spelling. Maybe the spelling helped me pronounce it correctly because I'm not sure how to pronounce his name correctly. You may have spelled it correctly, actually.
It's Højbjerg.
Højbjerg.
Yeah. I don't think we're looking at him. I think Conte likes him. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hasn't he been starting games for them? Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he has
So,
been. He has been.
Yeah, so I don't think this one will happen.
Mourinho signed him for Spurs.
Yeah, Mourinho signed him. Yeah, Mourinho signed him.
I mean, listen. He has his ups and downs. He's not very consistent, in my opinion. I wouldn't want him for Chelsea. Would you, chaps?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I haven't really paid attention to him.
Who's this? Højbjerg to Chelsea.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's a good player, but whether we
don't need him.
Chelsea, no, I probably would say no on that one. He's got a good shot on him. I have to say that he just got some good distance, but whether he's good enough for the Chelsea team, I don't know. But I'm not going to say he's a rubbish player either, because he'll be telling a lie. He's a good player.
Yeah. No. Listen. You're right, though. He's more clinical than Zakaria, but I like Zakaria when healthy.
Oh, definitely. 100%.
I think Zakaria actually has more to offer than Højbjerg. Yeah. The question is he going to
And this is another thing. I want so much to see him finish the season with no more nicks, so to speak, that prevent him from playing. Everyone's going to have nicks, but you know what I mean.
Because the more that happens, the less of the chances of us deciding to keep him on a permanent.
Exactly. So if he can stay healthy from now to the end of the season and he excels, which I believe he can do, then I believe he could be a significant part of our midfield, assuming we don't have any more acquisitions. I think there's I don't know about a strong, but probably a small to a medium-sized possibility we could sign him on a permanent. At least I hope so, because I really like him from what I've seen thus far.
I'm guessing Kimso doesn't like Højbjerg. Okay, let's move on from him to the next. All right, DJ, I'm going to start you on Ty. Let me start you on this one if you're there. Let me start you on this one. Then let me go back like it until we get to Bobby.
Wow. This is I love this compensation from you, Kotila.
Sorry?
I'm
just trying to make up for the ones that I forgot you.
Yeah, you forgot about me, so you started with me first, so you don't forget me.
So maybe you start seeing me as a nice guy.
All right.
This one, again, it happened yesterday, but I just want us to talk about it. Malo Gusto. I don't know if it is Gusto or Gusto, but if it is Gusto, it should be double O. That's at least that's what I think. Malo Gusto, again, to Chelsea. Here we go. Medical tests have been scheduled tomorrow in order to see. That was yesterday. He was saying this. He's joining in June 2023 alongside Nkunku. Olympic Lyon will receive 30 million euros plus add-ons and keep the player on loan to the end of the season. And if you remember, when the president came out and was saying he's staying with them, again, certainly he's going to stay with them. I knew he was just saying that probably. I did say, you see that they've agreed on him staying and finishing the season with them because they're not going to risk losing him on a free. But Ty, your thoughts? To me, I take it, given the fact if we can say, okay, well, let's wait and get him on a free, when he gets to summer, he'd have too many options to choose from. And it becomes even more difficult for us to get him. But Ty, your thoughts on this one? I like this one really.
Yeah, and you said something I was going to start with, and with the whole thing with what the message that was coming off from Lyon was about the what was it? It was the president. I think the quote said that the president has guaranteed to him that he will be
Yeah, and I
staying for
didn't know the current coach was the former French national, the former PSG coach. Is it Laurent Blanc? Is
Yeah,
that him? What's his name?
Blanc.
No, yeah. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, so when I said that, and with the whole situation, when people are like, oh no, we're not gonna get him, I kept saying that you could always just simply get him, and then you loan him back for the remaining 6 months, and then he comes in the summer, just like what we did with Nkunku. Although it's different because Nkunku's contract was not going to expire, but still, it's a good deal. It keeps both parties kind of happy because I'm sure Chelsea would have wanted to have him to compete with James, but I mean, I think they would do okay, and I think probably Potter has a part to play in this. Maybe he thinks he can trust Chalobah. You never know, as that wide right player. So maybe that is a way to get Chalobah more game time. You never know. So I guess in a sense I'm happy with this. I mean, Malo Gusto. I'm glad that the whole thing has concluded finally. It's been what, nearly 21 days since this whole thing. So I'm glad that we were able to get him. And, even though it won't be immediately, it's good that we have players that we're guaranteed to have in the summer. I know he's a good player to add to the early to rebuild project. So it's a positive, and he's very young. So we're guaranteed at least to have him for a while. Sorry. So I think in that sense, it's a positive deal. That is a bargain for what he can offer. So yeah, I mean, and considering the fact that we've had to spend 60 million and more recently, or rather, on the surface, it's 60 million plus for other signings. I'm glad that it's not as high as those deals, and it's more of a little bargain for us. So I'm happy with that. But I mean, yeah, he's a good player and very young, very promising, and hopefully doesn't pick up a serious injury while he's there, because that could be a big setback for us, and that's one downside for me at least, that he's staying there, because anything can happen there and we suffer. But I mean, he's a good player, and I'm happy it's done, and mucho gusto.
Yeah, I'm happy it's done, and I'm not gonna say what Lola said is the meaning of the interpretation of his name. But something else I'm gonna say is this, Ty. Thank you so much for that. For the right backs in the on the market right now, I think he's the closest to Reece James. The only thing Reece James has over him is experience, and if you're paying close attention, actually, it looks like he has won over Reece James in terms of his crosses into the box. Yeah. But let's see. He's still very young. But let's see. Let me see again. Aubameyang. Okay. Koulibaly. Okay, I get it. And Koulibaly is a Senegalese Maguire. I'm going to find something I'm going to start saying about Aubameyang. Maybe that will make you mad. I'm not going to get into that. You guys should slug it out in the chat, right? He got, what time Nehemiah out was the machine. He was using more than one emoji. Nehemiah, stop using more than three emojis, so to speak. But don't even use more than one. Use one. That's fine. Chalobah can be a right back for the next 6 months. He has pace and he's physical. I don't want that to happen. I think he should continue in the center back role. He's done quite well there. Oba should not stay here. Let's see what happens. Aspilicueta farewell season, possibly. I don't think he stays beyond this season. Anybody thinks otherwise in the chat? I don't think so. I think he leaves at the end of the season, possibly. This one here, again, says again, Hashem Chalobah is not very good at crosses. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't make any sort of sense to start playing him in that position. Aubameyang will stay. I think he will stay, but he has to start scoring. If the services come and he's wasting them, start coming and he's wasting them, then he's in trouble. Chalobah could be a defensive right back, but we don't want that. We want a more progressive approach. Sterling is good, very good. Okay, Nemanja, I get it. Coach, I was reading somewhere Gusto can play in the middle too. Yeah, I heard he can play in the middle. He can play right center back. He can play as a right back and as right wing back. So yeah, he has everything Reece James has really. Yeah, but thank you so much for bringing that up too. Let's see what else we have here. Malo Gusto of Portuguese and Martinique. Oh, I don't know what that word before. This is my first time. Is that what?
Martinique.
Yeah, you're correct. You pronounced it right.
Okay, Martinique origins to give you the preferred blend of coffee. Oh, okay. Now I get what you're saying. So we move to the next. And anybody else want to add, DJ, your thoughts on this?
I was just going to say on the Malo Gusto thing, and a great signing for us. I think he'll be good for the future. Just in terms of the transition there, and actually goes in Portuguese. We actually say Malo Gusto, which is actually in Portuguese. In Malo Gusto is actually in Spanish. And I don't know if you guys, I don't know if anyone knows what it means in Spanish. I can tell you what it means.
Yep, I know what it is, and I'm laughing when I heard
I tell you, basically, it's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. But I've already seen the fans.
Of course, it is something bad.
It's nothing bad. All Malo Gusto basically means it's bad taste. That's it. That's what it means.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember that. But I wasn't sure. It was more than I said in the chart. Why did somebody name somebody that name?
Because basically what it is I think they're looking at the Chelsea situation because it's Chelsea as always. Anyone wants to beat a stick with us. He's just going to be, in other words, he's going to come to the football club. He's going to be a bad taste for us at right back. He'll probably end up getting injured. He's going to be failing. In other words, basically trying to bad team, but he's literally going to fail at Chelsea. That's what a lot of people seem to think it's going to be. But this is obviously the rival fans saying that, but he ain't going to fail at Chelsea. He's going to do really, really well for us, and I think he's actually a really, really good cover for Reece James when Reece James is not playing. So yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about the signing?
I think he's excellent. I think it's a brilliant signing. If you think about the plays that. Yeah, he is. He's got everything. He's got, he's pacey. He's got a good cross on him. He can take on his good tackle off the ball as well. He's got literally everything in his game. And if you think about the links that we were linked, if you think about the other players that we were linked with over him, I think there was talk of Matty Cash from Aston Villa being an option, and then there was Frimpong at Leverkusen. Frimpong was a good option, but and obviously Gusto. But for me, obviously out all three of them, I was hoping we'd get Gusto because he's young, and I think he'll come and do a good job for us. So I'm very pleased with the signing.
Ditto, Coach.
Yeah, I'm pleased too. Just before I come to you, Roger, I heard we can get Enzo as the loan. Is that true? No, I didn't hear anything. To that effect. Away with Julius. Enzo and Santos are fire in the middle. Sweet Chelsea. Let's see what happens. Nemanja, now you have to watch your behavior. Now that you're a moderator, you have to watch your behavior very well. No more using caps. No more abusing emojis. I'll take that away from you. But again, I trust you. You've been an OG here. You support the channel quite well, and you keep your arguments civil. Yes, guys, keep liking the stream. What 160 likes? We'll have a few minutes to round up. I don't know how possible it would be for us to get it to 200 likes, but 160 is huge. You guys are absolute legends. All about mentality is not for Chelsea. Wow, that's some quotes there. Let's see what we have here again. Is Chelsea? Is Chilwell back soon? We need him back on the pitch. I think he's training now. I'm not sure how soon he gets involved in terms of playing matches or anything like that. So, Roger, your thoughts on the signing of Malo Gusto? Gusto for me.
Yeah, I'm exceptionally happy. I'm so pleased. I think it's a strategic long-term acquisition. As I was saying yesterday, if we do get him and we have to loan him back, that means that he'll fit into our long-term plans. So we're not just being short-sighted. This wasn't a panic buy. Mm-hmm. They recognize that I believe his contract may expire after the season, and they knew that there's going to be competition for him. So I thought,
And you heard already a Premier League club tried to hijack it.
Yeah, so this is. I'm going to say something, and I think this window has exceeded my expectations. This is the 7th acquisition. I believe, and I think it's been excellent. If you told me in November, December that we would be making these acquisitions, I possibly would have laughed at you. It's been listen, the front office, the Vivels, the Winstanleys, they've done very well indeed, and they put pen to paper.
And Morgan Stanley.
The Morgan Stanley, indeed, yeah. It's. I just think it's brilliant. This bodes well for our future. I'm seriously listen. Obviously, I'm looking at it through shaded lenses. You know, I'm very optimistic about our future going forward. I really am. And I think you can tell other people are looking at it through neutral prisms, and that they are fearing us too. You can sense it, that we're building a nucleus, a good solid
and they're
nucleus.
concerned.
Yeah, they're very much concerned, and you can tell. It's this bodes very well for us. The only thing we have to do after the season is determine who does not fit into this team, because you can't keep a squad of 33 to 35. It's just too big. So you're looking. We have to thin out, let's say 5 to 8 players at the minimum, and so we're going to have to come to some conclusions in that regard. But this chap, Malo Gusto, I think he ticks all the boxes, as everyone has said. He really does. This is, I can't say how happy I am, because this is my major concern for the last couple of weeks, was not any other position but this position.
Yeah, and but so unfortunately he's not coming until the summer.
No, but you're looking at long term. They have secured, and we have 2 players that can start. And this, we have depth now, serious depth. Yes, he does lack experience. I grant you that, but his upside is substantial. I just want to quickly ask the panel and you, what do you think of Chilwell, since someone just brought them up? See,
it hasn't been the same, but again, never say never.
Who do you think is our best starting left back / left wing back? Is it Chilwell? Is it
for me, again, for so many reasons, I would say Cucurella. And I've done an in-depth research on him. Yeah. I think he'll provide more than Chilwell will. Maybe Chilwell will get more goals than him. But of the two, Cucurella is more of a creator than Chilwell is.
Chilwell's a dichotomy to me. He really is. I can't figure him out.
Yeah. Maybe it's I don't know. Thank you for that question. Go ahead, Roger. I'll let you run that.
No, I want to know what the panel thinks. What do they think? Are they Chilwell fans?
Anybody else want to respond to that? So we'll finish the Gusto talk and move and take on what else. Go ahead, DJ.
I mean, just a quick thing on Chilwell. I really actually think on his day he's an excellent player. I really do. I think we underestimate him sometimes.
Is he consistent enough though?
That's the thing. He's consistently sometimes lets him down, but generally when he's on a roll, the guy I think for me can be as good as any left back around.
Just 1 second, DJ. Yeah. Valley, you're allowed to use 3 emojis. Don't worry about it. You haven't broken any rules. Just don't use more than 3. The machine, because Nightbot is a machine, is an algorithm. If you use more than 3 emojis, it will time you out. Go ahead, DJ.
No, as I said, with him, I think his injuries has let him down. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. But on his day, it is. But on his day when he's on song, I think he's one of our better left backs in terms of what he brings. I mean, his crossing of the ball is excellent as well. He has got a bit of a, I think he's lost a little bit of pace within his dribbles. Obviously, with his injuries, he's not helped. But otherwise, before I thought when he first came to us, I thought he was actually quite quick for us when he wanted to go down that wing and cross the balls into the box.
Do you prefer him or Shaw?
I think if you look at 2 of the players, I think Shaw's more for he can do more for left back role. I mean more left back. Whereas with Chilwell, he's more for left wing back, but he can do both the roles. But I think in terms of a cross of the ball, I don't know, maybe I'm saying this wrong, but I'm not saying because I'm just my Chelsea hat on, but I think Chilwell's got a better cross on him. I really do.
Sure. Okay, just curious.
Yeah, it looks like Bobby was kicked out by his device. DJ, you go ahead. You have spoken about the new signing.
Sorry, I had to
Yes.
change device. We've been on for so
Oh,
long.
okay,
that
okay,
my
that's
other
fine,
one
Bobby.
ran out of juice.
Oh, okay. DJ, have you spoken
do you
about
think?
Malo Gusto?
Malo Gusto. Yeah, I've spoken to him about it. I think he's an excellent signing, Kachilla. I'm looking
Mm.
forward to him when he comes to us next next season when we get him in the summer. I really am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bobby. How about you? What do you think about the signing? I know some people didn't like the fact that he's going to remain there till the end of the season. Your thoughts? Again, I think I'm glad we've gotten him over the line. He's our player, but yeah, it's painful that he's not going to join us immediately. But still, I'll take it. Bobby, your thoughts?
Yeah, me too. You know, I'm about the objective rather than the immediate gain. And when you have a player, thankfully, we're not going for players that are not our prime targets. In that, we're not going for dead wood. We're not going for panic buys, and that's the good
Mm.
thing that I've noticed so far.
Exactly.
So if it takes having to wait, fortunately, we're in a position where we're able to do that. Even if you're not able to do it, if it means securing a player to secure your future, like I think this guy is on a 6.5-year contract, you do the deal. You know, that's why I'm talking about Caicedo. You know, if we really want him and Brighton really want to keep him to the end of the season, you do the deal and send him back on loan. So I have no problem with that. In fact, I'm just reading that there's a guy called Jonathan. I don't know how true that is, Nizar Kinsella, about us looking into the possibility of getting him. He's a right back on loan. He's 30 years old. Getting him on loan till the summer. So that might
Wait,
fill
is it
in
the
that
same one we were
need. I
linked with in
don't
the
know.
summer?
Sorry? Is it Jonathan
The one
Klaus?
that we were linked
Jonathan?
with. Yeah, it's the same one we were linked with in the summer. If
It
pretty sure I
is,
remember.
yeah, it is.
Is he
Yeah,
is he the Brazilian? Is he the Brazilian one?
I don't know where it's from. Jonathan
I wonder if
Klaus,
it's
that sounds more French or
No,
German or
definitely not
Belgian
the
to
same
me.
one. There was a Brazilian called
So,
Jonathan who we were linked time ago, but
No, he's
no, it's
from
not the same
France.
one.
He's from
so
France. He's from
Is it
France.
France?
He's playing for Marseille. He left
yeah, that's right.
Lens and then went to Marseille.
That's right. However, you know, Atletico
Yeah.
are after him as well for a loan.
Mm.
So he's a player that's up for loan. And, you know, if you want an immediate fix, that's the way to go, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I agree with Bobby. It looks like he's still going in and out. Another immediate fix. One that I think could still happen is Denzel Dumfries, given his agent was in London a
I
day
don't
or
think
two.
so.
He's still
You
there.
really
Go
like
ahead.
him,
I
don't
don't think
you?
you.
Yeah, I know you like him, Coach. I don't think we're looking at him anymore.
No,
Denzel is not a
yeah.
quick fix. He's not a quick fix. He's not
Okay.
unless we're looking at moving Reece from that wing back position, which is possible
To
because
midfield.
of his injuries, either midfield or defense. If we're playing a back three, the center of the back three, or you know, I see that.
Mhm.
I see that. You
Sure.
know, then we can get Dumfries in, and I would love that. I think that would be an excellent idea if that's what we're looking to do, which is very possible. So you could be right. But if he walks through the door, then you can be sure that Reece is going to move from that position. And I'm all for that because anything to save him from these injuries. However, having said that, if he goes into the midfield, the likelihood of injury in midfield is probably more because there's a lot of contact there. Now, he's more than capable of holding his own physically, of course. But the contact injury he had against AC Milan, where he went for that tackle and kind of bent his knee out of shape, is always a
Hyperextended
risk
it.
in midfield. Yeah.
That was a
Yeah,
fluke
just quickly.
accident.
Now, no matter Fawale, you've been a mod for just 10 seconds and you're already timing out someone for saying, okay, what do you think about Kai Havertz? Will he improve or not? And you
What? No, wait, who tapped on who? Who tapped on who?
no matter Fawale, Thunder Valley, but just
Oh my god. What a first impression.
Now I need to take the power away immediately. I think he did. Did he do it again?
It could have been inadvertent, coach.
Yeah, there's a chance he's just practicing with it, but you shouldn't practice with somebody who's here having a good conversation.
Practice on
Oh,
Glenn
Lord.
on a beautiful game. No one else.
Oh.
No. Nemanja Fowler, okay. Remove as a standard moderator. Bye-bye. Again, maybe you need to practice first.
He said it's a mistake, coach.
Yeah, he did he say that?
Yeah, at the bottom.
But what's the mistake? He even went on to remove him out of the channel.
Just because that guy was asking about Kai Havertz improving the team. Is that why he moved him off?
I think
God.
it was
Possibly a mistake.
man.
Possibly doesn't know how it works.
Oh man!
But this is hilarious, really. Nemanja, I'm not mad at you, but I'm going to give you time. Maybe again, being a mod. No. Again, this one here again. Any news of Mateus Nunes? I feel he would be a good deal compared to Caicedo. He will be cheaper, but I don't think we're looking at him. I don't know how serious we are. The rumors are again we inquired whether he's available. So Nemanja Fowler, take your time. Maybe I need to train you on how this works. Then I'll add you back as a moderator. I know you're a good person, but the mistake again, it's wow, really. Oh, okay.
Just a quick one on the Mateus Nunes one. I think the reason why it's more coming out to Chelsea more and more now, why this whole thing of him may be going. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but Wolves signed a new Brazilian midfielder. I think yesterday by the name of is it Andre Gomes? Gomez, and I think now all this talk of Mateus Nunes now is a possibility. I think he may leave at the last couple of days of this transfer window. But I think if he does go anywhere, it wouldn't surprise me if it does happen, Liverpool. I think that's where he's going to basically go. Yep. But he's a good shout, though, by Varma. Big up to him. He's a good shout. He's a good player. But
yeah, he is an excellent player. We'll wait with him in the summer. What happened, I don't know. And Valley, if you're listening, Fowler said again he timed you out by mistake. Sorry about that. But go ahead. You were saying something.
I was going to say, if he does come to Chelsea, then you can be rest assured that the sporting directors have looked at him and seen that he has the qualities that would be either equal to or better than Caicedo, more especially if he's going to play in there with the likes of Enzo. Can you imagine how technical and mobile that will be? And I think he's quite physical as well. And he has already got Premier League experience. So it ticks a lot of boxes. I think we should keep an eye on that one, because Brighton, with this stance of 90 million, really, I think that's a little bit of a joke. And if Arsenal think they're on some sort of revenge mission, well, that's going to be the most expensive piece of waste of time revenge anybody has ever done in living history. So
and it's the same for Enzo. If we can't pay 160 million for a midfielder,
that's ridiculous. We're not going to do that.
I hope not.
All these people going too far and too greedy with their prices and things. I think there is a limit, and they have reached that limit. So it's either deal or no deal. I like this Nunes issue, and I'm watching this. If the club goes for him, then you can be rest assured he's good enough, and he's going to be exactly what we need.
Bobby, what I have an issue with is they're not buying someone. They haven't bought someone for 45 million and selling them for 70. They're buying them for 5 million, 7 million, and selling them for 10 times the price, basically. And
it's unreasonable, isn't it?
Yeah. You could tell this is their only objective. And I understand they need to generate revenue, but this is extortion.
It is extortionate. It's unreasonable to the player. And as I've said, if I was doing the deals at Chelsea, I'd walk up to them. I'll say, hey, Brighton, you've really gone over and above board, but fine. Here's 65 mil. You want the guy? You can keep him till summer. If they start, no, not for sale, I'll be see ya. I'm out of there. There's
I
no
got
point.
65 million and a packet of crisps. That's
Exactly. Not even cheese and onion. Plain
Oxtail.
All right, Nemaya, I think this is something you learn from quickly. You're a mod now, but please don't practice. Don't practice if you don't have to necessarily. If you don't have to, like, time out anybody. Don't just try it out and see what happens. Really, please don't do that. Okay. Thank you so much again. Probably Arsenal tried to hijack that. Probably with the promise of, yeah, look, we're winning the league. You can come and win it with us. You got timed out just now. It was. You see. Was that a mistake? So if he says this, does this show it's a mistake? Okay, I'm watching it. Nemaya, please don't do that again. Let's just assume it was a mistake. Don't time out anybody again, please. Except if you necessarily have to do that. If that makes any sort of sense.
abusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, the beautiful
What is
game of
happening
Glenn.
with Kante's contract negotiations? I think it's going to happen soon.
No, coach. I'm Sherlock Tyrone.
What's
It
that?
was not an accident. It was not an accident. He typed them all because he was using three emojis.
Oh, so he taught train again. Nehemiah timed him out, thinking using 3 emojis was wrong.
Yeah, he said Valley's using 3 emojis.
Okay, yeah, Nehemiah, for the emojis, let Nightbot handle that. Okay, you're a mod again. I recognize it was a mistake, and AB was laughing. He's laughing so hard and telling me it was a mistake. Okay, Charlotte Tyrone, thank you so much for figuring that out. Nehemiah, don't worry about the emojis. Just tell the person if they use more than 3 emojis, the machine will time them out. Again, no, Valley, look, more thanks to you, really. Again, it's a good thing I have an update screen where I monitor those things because it can happen. We've heard, again, was it Lee who pocket timed out someone, and then he had to come back and say, whoa, it was a mistake. It happens. And Nehemiah, it was a mistake. He thinks he was doing his job as a mod. So apologies to you, brother. No, you don't owe any apologies, brother. No, we love you here. Nunes at Real Betis was something. Yeah, he was on fire, and we wanted him. Valley is using. So it's like a kid trying to do a nice thing. See you again, caution another kid for doing bad, and then try to help you caution another kid. Again, play Felix as free role, Mudryk on right, Modric on the left, and again, David Fofana as a striker. It's going to be fire. 4-2-3-1. Everybody loves that formation. You see that, Roger? Not just me. Am I not allowed? No, you're allowed, but don't use more than 3. The machine will time you out. But Nehemiah, I just made him a mod, and he thinks it's his job to time you out if you use more than 3 emojis. So apologies. I'm so sorry about that, brother. And I'm serious. You're good. You know, you don't owe any apologies. If anything, you provide value by being part of the conversation. So thank you. Chilwell is scoring them chances. Yeah, he's a fine finisher. I don't think Kukurea will come good. Wow, that's some statement. Apparently, Kukurea had some personal issues within the family, and I don't know if anybody on the panel agrees with me. In those games where people were complaining about him, I think I see the issue beyond him. Stemming the issue that our defense has had underground, but that stems from somewhere else. Lack of proper protection from the midfield.
I'm sorry, Coachella. What? People were blaming Kukurea for what?
They were finger pointing him for some of those games. They think he's one of the reasons why we lost.
No.
We lost games because somebody scored on the right and he's on the left. That's awesome. Beautiful. Wonderful.
That's wrong.
He should have shaved his head off before playing against Spurs.
He shaved his head so that he would not be grabbed by the hair. Like
exactly.
Yeah, but I didn't mention that one in particular.
He's Rapunzel, man. He's Rapunzel.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think he's one player. I think it's easy to see to come to the conclude, oh, he's confused because he likes mopping up mistakes. You see him on the right, mopping up mistake from Chalobah or someone else on the right because he follows the ball very well. To me, it's a plus, really. If by the time we have proper protection, you'd know how important. Again, he's such an important player for us. But unfortunately, a lot of people aren't paying attention to that. But I get your argument. A lot of people still argue like that. Guys, yes, I see it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well, brother. This is what it's going to happen to clubs like Benfica and Brighton when they overprice players and control the wheels. Now again, players going to have their clauses. Players are going to learn to add clauses to control their own future because it's business for everybody involved. That makes sense. Yeah, that's a good argument right there. Let's do the same with Enzo and hope Benfica will accept. Akindele Adeyale. Let's see what happens again. Looks like I'm way far too behind. Okay, what do you guys think of Avad? Will he improve? Already you can, if you pay attention. I think you see what he brings to the team, and ask yourself why is Graham Potter starting him?
Can I just get my thing on Kai Havertz? Can I just get my thing on Kai Havertz? I know there's a lot of. To be honest with you, as a Chelsea fan, hearing our fans berate our players like they do, just getting tired of it happening with Kai Havertz, and it's always the two. I know you guys talked about this on the previous show. Where you're saying these two players are always being picked. That's why they're getting the slang every time, but. Generally, before this whole thing happened, if people look at our whole game on a whole, the whole team had not been playing well, apart from Thiago Silva and when Reece James was in there. And when people are but what it seems to always happen with some of the fan base is they always seem to point out Kai Havertz and Mason Mount. I can understand why, because they're picked every match, they're not scoring their goals, they're not doing what they should be doing, but they do work hard for the team in general, and I think fans don't look at that. I mean, luckily I go and see the games when I go and get a chance to go watch them at Stamford Bridge, and they do work hard for the team. People don't see that though. You say all they're seeing is they're making mistakes here and there. They're doing this and that. Get them out of the club, sell them, get them off, and it's not the answer. It's not the answer at all. We got for me, there's a player in Kai Havertz, and I said it. If we got João Felix and you've now got Modric, these are the two guys that could probably unlock his potential more, and he'll get more goals. And people are saying I've got to stop being emotional about it. I'm not being emotional at all about it. I follow.
I'm going to start saying here.
My thing is Chelsea. My thing is Chelsea Football Club. Do you get me, bro? Mine's Chelsea Football Club. I support my club. Yeah, it's not fanboys of being a fanboy of Havertz, a fanboy of whatever you want to say, or Mason. I support my whole team, the whole club in general, and I can see what we're trying to do. But it seems like every time games are being played week in, week out, these two guys are always picked. Even when the funny thing of always, Kachilla, you guys, even when they're not even starting games, they still get crap come their way, which I find even more hilarious when they're not even starting games. Do you get me? That's it's more of a personal thing, I think, towards these two players of hate, and I think it's wrong. Personally, I don't know what you guys think.
May I drop? I actually totally concur with everything you said, DJ. I'm a huge fan of Havertz. He's technical. Ergo, his first touch is sublime. He's so technical in that regard. He makes intelligent runs, and he is clinical. Does he miss? Of course, everyone does. And I like Werner, but he's no Werner in that regard. As I said, if you look at Germany, you have pundits and you have journalists, and they wax lyrical about him. They really do. They rate him very highly.
But even beyond that, so that people don't say you're judging based on one pundit say, but even beyond that, you've seen for yourself and you recognize.
Look what he does as a second striker for Germany. He plays differently. The way he's utilized for Germany. Look at the goals he scored against England, for God's sake, in the what is it called, that new UEFA tournament, It's
Nations League.
Yeah, Nations League. Thank you, sir. It's he's clinical. He's a wonderful player. We have a talent here, and he's young. He's not even close to reaching his potential yet. Exactly. Yeah. So it's. I think we need to take it easy on him. I don't like the negativity. I don't get it. He does so much work off the ball too. He's closing down. You think if he goes to City or Liverpool, you don't think the coaches will be salivating over him?
Well, let's be honest, Roger. Pep Guardiola wanted him last summer, and that's no lie. That was a real deal. That actually was true. People were saying it was not. It was actually true. Pep Guardiola wanted him because he thought Gundogan was going to go, and he was going to become a replacement for him. So listen, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. And you play these players in a Liverpool team under Klopp and Pep Guardiola. They'll love these two players in their team. They'll thrive under them. And this is why we
They'll
say when
be-
we got them. Yeah, go on.
They'll
Sorry,
be
John.
smart. They'll be, Klopp will be like sleeping with a smile on his face all night, and his wife
Yeah.
will wake up thinking he's dreaming about another woman. It's like, no, he's dreaming about.
Yeah. Yeah, mate.
He's a bloody
All right.
good player. I just don't get the
All right.
criticism. I don't see it.
Let me catch up on what we have in the chat. We'll have to wrap it
Sorry,
up
Coach.
soon. We've been streaming for 4 hours plus. Let's wrap it up as soon as possible. Again, Coach, I'm just not saying it will happen, but again, with everybody back fit soon, I feel again we can go in for the Champions League. Yes, we can. On 2 occasions that we've won it. We're not anything close to the best team in the Champions League. Maybe the last one you could say, because the last one we played really well to the final. Even in the final, we did quite well. But the first one, there's no need to talk about it. Yeah, we're winning the Champions League. I say, brother, never say never. We can. We're winning the Champions League. Yeah.
Coach,
Could
you
you
mute yourself?
I think he might have.
Coach, we lost you. Looks like Coach has audio problem. So, chaps, bloody smash that like button. I'm getting fed up of Coach saying it.
Yep, 100% agreed.
You know what I think irks Mourinho is the fact that he never won the Champions League with Chelsea. I think that really irks him.
Yeah, I was going to say that at one point,
Yeah, I think that really grinds him. I think that's why he wants to come back. He's got unsettled business. But so, Bobby, can I ask you, what do you think of Havertz?
I think Havertz is a developing player.
Sure.
He has been forced to play as a striker, and I don't think he's done badly, bearing in mind that he's not a striker.
Exactly.
Havertz is an exceptional talent. I think he'll do well with this new sort of mobile set of players that we have. He used to play well with Werner. Why? Because Werner's movement created a lot of space for him.
That's how they scored in the final. If you know,
Champions League final. Yep.
Yeah,
and that was when we used to make more chances than we are now. Even
I tell you what, I miss Werner. I love Werner. It's because it's what he did off the ball. Also, he's an unselfish player. His finishing had a lot to be desired for, but as an entity, and look at his age. This is what you have to take into consideration. They're not in their prime. They're not like we can criticize them if they're 27, 28.
Yeah.
Yes,
I can understand.
But they're not. Yeah, this is what I don't get. They're so young. Okay, sell them and then in 2 or 3 years, you're going to watch them enter their prime and excel and be all world.
It's so true, Roger. And what I've been trying to say, and I've said this on other shows that I've gone on, and the reason why I keep banging the drum on about Kai Havertz, and sometimes and also Mason Mount, obviously more for both the plays, is because every time I say I think we've seen what good players are, and people got to understand. Look at the games these guys have played. I mean, you got to go back to when we won the Champions League and how many games we've had to play over the season. And unfortunately, tiredness comes to every player, regardless of how old you may be. But you will get at some point. You will start losing your focus. You start not playing the way you should be playing. Now, there was one person that said to me in a comment section, well, yeah, you do. And one person said to me on Twitter to me saying, well, yeah, DJ, but not for 3 seasons. I'm like saying, well, look, 3 seasons. Look what we've gone and done in those 3 seasons. How successful we've been. And the players have had to play so many games. And I've said this already, I get the frustration sometimes. I do. This is what I'm trying to look from both perspective point of views. I can understand we've spent the money. He should be doing more than what he's doing. I've got all that. But what I will say is, though, it's the constant criticism he gets. Every time he doesn't do something. And even when and the worst thing of all is, I said it earlier on, when he's not even started games. He's not started games, right? And he's still getting criticised. I'm thinking, what's up with that?
DJ, you have to understand one thing. I've watched the Chelsea fan base. Just like you, I pop onto any platform that will invite me or will have me, and I'll talk about Chelsea because I love talking about Chelsea.
Yes, exactly.
Some don't like me coming on because they know I say it as I really feel it. but you will find, you see,
You
the
speak facts,
Chelsea
Tommy.
fan
You speak
base
facts. Yeah.
is as attractive as the club, and we have a lot of people coming onto our fan base that are not fans. Now,
Yeah.
the fans that do this are people that don't understand. I would expect that they're usually very young fans that don't understand what it means to build anything, not to mention a football club, a football team. And then there are the others. We have people that come on
Yeah.
and deliberately sow discordant seed.
Yeah.
It's an angle that's quite new and quite alien to us, because we're
Yeah.
fans, we're pure fans. We hardly, I don't care about other platforms. I don't go there. I'm not interested,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
my objective is Chelsea. But a
Yeah.
lot of them come on Chelsea streams. And what really gets me is that a lot of them come and pretend they are Chelsea fans. Now, I caught a couple of people do this.
Yeah.
As I say, I don't go on other streams, but now the Twitter chats,
Photosphere. Yeah.
they display who's on there, even without you going on there. And a
Mhm.
couple of weeks ago, there was this particular guy who is constantly criticizing Chelsea. Chelsea can't do right for doing wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not
It's
surprised, though. Yeah.
always so. I keep seeing his name on this flipping Tottenham feed. They're not many, but once in a while they pop up, and he's always there. So this was
But do you
about
know
two
why
o'clock in
this
the morning.
is?
Sorry.
Do you know why this? Do you know why this is? It's because we're envied. Listen,
Of course it is.
Can you imagine if we had Tottenham's record? They haven't won anything since '62, one trophy. Arsenal haven't won the league in 19 years. And let's say we're Chelsea and we've got Tottenham's record, and Tottenham have won 2 Champions League. Let's say they've won 19 trophies in 19 years. A lot of Chelsea fans may be resentful also and do that. That's actually a compliment. We should take it as a compliment.
It is, but the
But in a sick way.
vindictive way in which they do it, they understand. As I said, media and information is the new weapon,
It
and
is.
they understand that
It's been
sowing
weaponized. You're right.
exactly. You go on there, you sow discordant seeds, and then I remember, DJ, was it you that was on
Yeah.
with me and Orgs last night,
Yeah.
and that
Yes.
Barcelona fan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I was on.
You
Yeah.
saw now.
He was funny.
I don't have anything against him as a
He's a
person.
good. He's funny. He's
but
funny. Yeah.
I took him to the cleaners
Yeah. You
every
did.
single point.
You did.
And
Bro.
then
You did.
and then in the end, what did he start doing? He started resorting to all these sort of silly little witchcraft
Yeah.
things. That's what I
Yeah.
call it.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
this, so and so's name means this.
Yeah.
So that's the curse on
He was
you
talking
for the
about
rest of the
Gusto.
season.
He was talking about Gusto, wasn't he, Bobby? When
Yeah.
he said, "Oh, you know what that means, don't you?" And I'm like,
You know?
"Yeah, I know what it means. I know exactly what he was trying to get at because I knew what he was
But-
going to get. I knew he was going to bring that up." But go on, yeah. Go on.
But you see, in a way, a lot of the times what you say about yourself, you actually, for want of a better word, you're invoking that thing on yourself. It's like these people that say, oh, the number 9 shirt is cursed. If you
Cursed.
go in with that mentality and you wear the shirt, you're actually not going to perform well. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? This is how they
Yes.
throw these seeds out. And, I go out all out when I see it, I stop it dead. And in the end, I think our argument was more about the FFP rules, and I
Yes.
was exposing their whole flipping
Yeah.
financial
Yeah.
levers. You
did,
see what I mean? So he
Proper.
was at least claiming that he was a Barcelona fan. But I can assure you there are lots of people like that come on and they'll
Yeah.
tell you they're Chelsea fans and they're not.
And I don't understand why people
All right,
want to do
please.
that.
I think
Sorry, bro, were you
we've
back?
gone for 4 hours 33 minutes. I think we need to
Oh.
round this one up. Maybe during the evening show we can have conversation while we wait for any news to pop up. But
So
go
you've
ahead,
got an
Bobby. I'll
evening
let you
show.
drop, and if Roger talks, then we can catch up with what we have left and call it a day. During the evening, we can go as much as we want. Go ahead, Bobby.
You've got an evening show.
You're doing an evening show.
Yeah, we'll do an evening show today. Definitely, it's
What
Saturday,
time? You
and
need
we
to
have
let
just
us
2
know.
days left in the window.
You need to
Okay.
let us know what time.
Send me the link.
Coach.
Yeah.
I'll go
Time.
for again 12 p.m. My Las Vegas time should be what time? UK time or 1 p.m. Las
2000
Vegas
hours.
around 10 p.m. or 9:30.
Coach,
Okay.
can you give me just 2 seconds to say this? Because
Yeah,
I
go
ran
ahead.
out of juice on one device because we've been streaming for so long, and I'm on my other device, so I deserve a little extra time, if I may. So,
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
no, I was on another
Don't say
He was talking by himself, but go ahead, bro.
I was on another platform one night. I know DJ was there. I think
Yeah.
you, me, Johnny Minerals. We were in the chat. Really, I was working. I think you might have joined them on the. Is it Chelsea Dan?
Oh yeah, I was
We
on
had
the
Mitchy
stream. Yeah,
Boy.
yeah.
Mitchy
I was on the
Boy.
stream. Yeah. I know the
Yeah,
one.
we had all the usual, the Chelsea lot. You
Yeah,
know them, the real
yeah, I do.
Chelsea.
Yeah,
You know, and
deals
Coach,
SFC. Yeah.
Coach, you were mentioned, and you see.
Yes.
I want you
Yeah,
to know how loved and
you are, mate.
respected you
Spot
are
on.
in the Chelsea community. Wasn't it? There was not
I
a
appreciate that.
single
Thank you.
Yeah.
negative thing that came out about Coach. In fact, one guy there, I think it was probably Mitchy Boy, was
Yeah.
really bigging him up.
He
So
was. He
all
was.
your hard work and I know you're up at 0:00 and doing these streams and that it's not wasted. And let me tell you,
you're
sometimes
respected.
You are
it's
100%.
very respected. And these
Yes.
diligent streams, they go to areas that you will be surprised who's listening to you. There was a Twitter thing that it was rumored that Todd Boehly was there listening, and it wouldn't surprise me if he was. They don't necessarily need to. These guys are so thorough that they
Yeah.
will go to the grassroots to get a finger on the pulse of what the fans are about.
Yeah.
So, just keep going. Sometimes we
Yeah.
come
Much
on.
appreciated. Thank you so
Can I-
much. We're all
can I
doing it together.
Can I echo that out as well, Kachira, what was actually said in the stream that day? Because what Bobby's saying, and it is 100%. I mean, the amount of respect they know of you and Chelsea Dan. I was speaking to Chelsea Dan yesterday, and big up to Chelsea. And I see him in the comment
No,
section.
I love Dan, and I
He was
I'm
saying
sure he loves me equally.
he does. He was literally saying how you've helped him along the way, how he's starting to get him, and he goes, he's got so much respect and time for you. He's hoping at one point you'll come on his show as well when he does this another stream with him and Mitchy Boy. I think it's Deal CFC, another one who's on there. They're all talking about you. And obviously, I know Bobby came on that stream that I wasn't, because Bobby was in the comment section. I think he was trying to get Bobby on, but I think you said, Bobby, you were working that evening, weren't you, bro?
Yeah,
You couldn't
I was
come on.
working. That's why I couldn't
Yeah,
come on.
and he couldn't come on. But I tell you what, it's true. Your work, what you're doing, mate, is so recognised, and and may it long continue, bro. And I said it already. When I eventually do start up my channel, you'll be the first person I'll be coming to for some advice on what I need to do.
You
Big
bet,
up to
brother.
you.
Well, and again,
DJ, if you
I
start,
gotta
you'll
say,
be
again,
box
I'm
office,
moved.
mate.
Really, I'm seriously moved, but I couldn't have done it. There's no chance I'd be able to do it alone. The quality of the contributions you guys bring, Bobby, Roger, the Clyde and every other person.
You mean despite the intellectual clowns?
That's the beautiful game. I appreciate that, really. Again, I think we'll have an evening show and we'll have fun. But there's a few topics lined up there. I'll just breeze through it. We can call it a day. But DJ, thank you. And Dan has reached out, and I promised him tomorrow's show. It's a Sunday. We'll go to church in the morning, but I think by the time we'll come back, there'll still be time to participate in the show. So thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me very happy. And thank you for having me back. You don't need to thank me. Like I said, you provide value. And I'm going to skip, in advance apologies, I'm going to skip past quite a lot of stuff. And big up, Dan. I see you in the chat, and I see you sent me a message. It wouldn't make any sort of sense to bring you in right now because we're about to round off. Where is Barkley playing? He's playing in France. What team in particular? I don't remember. Again, Havertz going to have, again, monster second half. That's his thing, second half. But I hope he starts having good season from the start to finish. Even in Bayer Leverkusen, he actually comes into his own during the second half of the season. I don't know why. Finally give him technical players because he's not a technical player himself. He's a runner. Really?
What? His first touch is beautiful.
I think he's one of the most technically gifted players in the team, really.
Yeah.
Again, Bobby Landon Minerals. Yeah, I know that's what Diego Costa 19. Big up Diego Costa 19. Dan, thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to catch up with what we have. Our coach, again, coach is the biggest blue brother. Again, much love to you, brother. I appreciate that. Let me see what we have here to round up. We have this one. Okay, and this one is this one. Bobby shared this with me. I had to even make. I made a YouTube shot with it. This is Trevor Chalobah's response to the rumors of him leaving Chelsea Football Club. He says, "Blue is my favorite color, but by the way, guys, watch yours." And I loved it. An excellent response, delicious, beautiful response to the rumors of him leaving. Yeah. You wanted to say something, Roger?
No, it was succinctly put, wasn't it? It's like exclamation, end of story, next.
That's it.
Perfectly done. Short and sweet. Love it.
And one of the responses I think was from Bobby. He says, excellent, Trevor. We love you, mate. Again, Chelsea through and through, and part of the present and the future. I think that's what it is. I don't think the club will consider selling this guy. What a game he had the day we won the Super Cup. And I didn't expect him to start. But he was excellent, and I think he remains part of the club. Yeah.
You know what?
So
when
what else do we have there?
Hello?
Go ahead. I can hear you.
Sorry. When he scored in his debut, that's one of the best emotional responses I've ever seen from any Chelsea player. It really was. It was deep. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, and for this one here, this man right here, even though I wanted him to be part of the first team, given how good he is, but Bobby explained there's a program for him. He has to follow. I think one of the steps is for him to learn the language, and then it's a gradual process. And I'm glad he's living on loan finally. When he comes back, I think he's ready to be part of the first team. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything about that.
That might be part of the reason we're not rushing in the transfer market, because these youngsters that we've got, there is an intention to get them into the first team. So maybe Caicedo is showing that he's going ahead of schedule. That's why they've sent him out to Reading to get used to that pace and toughness of playing in the British leagues, especially the English leagues. And then over the summer, in the pre-season, we'll see whether he's ready for a few starts in the first team, or if he's ready for yet another loan to get him in gear.
It's a predetermined career path, basically. They've sat down and strategized what's best for these individual players, and they believe that this move is best for his future. And I think that's good. That's good man management.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody else has anything else to say about him, or should we move on to the next one?
Let's move.
Caicedo. No, I've said it when it came out yesterday. Excellent move for him. I think he'll get the experience that he needs to boost him to come back to Chelsea when he does. And as I said it before, I can see him getting into that midfield. I think he can get into that midfield next season. I really do. I think it'll be great for him. Great move, 100%.
All right. Thank you so much. I think it's something we've looked at. I don't think we have anything else. This one, okay. Is Moises Caicedo worth anywhere near 90 million? I don't think he is, but because we want him now, probably we'll end up paying premium. DJ, let me start with you since you were the one that brought it up. Huge build needed. What do you want to talk about it?
No, listen. Yeah, I only sent that to you, Kuchler, because obviously it was something I saw and I thought I'd DM it to you. Listen. I like we said all along. He's a very highly rated player. I don't think worth 90 million at all. I'd say, like we said, I think we said 60, possibly 70 tops to get him at Chelsea. I think that would be a good deal, and hopefully we can get that kind of deal agreed. If we can't get Enzo, I still think. I'll be honest with you though. I love Caicedo at Chelsea 100%, but I think there's something for me. There's something going on behind the scenes of Enzo still. I've just got this feeling about Enzo behind the scenes. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I just got this feeling with Enzo right behind the scenes. But definitely 70 million for Caicedo.
I think what's his name? Kalita did say that I should pay attention to that. It's not over yet. But go ahead with what you were saying, DJ.
No, that's really it, Kachila. And as I said, I do love Caicedo. If we can get him now and then loan him, and plus even get, I mean, it's being greedy here. Plus also get Enzo at the same time. That would just, oh man, can you just imagine? Oh my God, next season we're going to be rampant.
You're salivating.
But nah, one or the other. But yeah,
5 hours, Kachila. This is a record. Yeah, it's a Saturday, and I'm not in a hurry because the transfer window is open, but. I'm in a hurry now because the boys are hungry. They've come. I don't know if you guys see me when I say wait. They were practically coming in. So now I muted myself. They asked. They know I was going to compromise. So the younger one says, "Can we watch TV?" I said, "Okay, go ahead. That helped me, but I have to go." Yeah. But thank you. 5 hours, Kachila. It's a record, really. I think. Yeah. No. I think when we're still doing the Converse show. I think we've done 6 hours, 7 hours, which is more conversational. Yeah, anybody can come in. You can come, you go. Whenever you're done, just go. Yeah, but that's why Dan enjoyed that one really well. Chelsea securing a pre-agreement for Enzo Fernandez would make this transfer window an 11 out of 10. Wow. Really, okay, from PYS. Yeah, I think, you can say that. But if you're going to pay that much money, he has to join immediately. Sorry, were you saying something?
Yeah, but at what price?
Yeah, what price? Yeah, I don't want us to go overboard. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the thing.
There's a limit, right, gentlemen?
Yeah, there's a limit. Yeah,
you can't be spending 160 million on him. I'm sorry, no player's worth that.
Yeah, Dan, I totally understand. And for your message, I think soon again I will be on your channel. The next show, like you asked, tomorrow, and I'll be available, barring any unexpected circumstances. But I don't think anything will happen. We got to agree. And again, the channel is growing so well. I'm so happy for you. Thank you so much, Odren Beats. I appreciate that. But your avatar scares the heck out of me. I have to say. Yeah, let's round off with this one. Romelu Lukaku has no intention of returning to parent club Chelsea in the summer. This is no news. I think this is on the 28th, but this person is posting this today again, Chelsea Express, in the summer, and would consider taking an additional wage cut to remain at Inter. I think this whole campaign is just he's trying to help Inter to get him on the cheap, which he's succeeded in achieving that. Ty, you want to say anything about that? Let's call it the day. And yeah. So you don't have anything to say, Ty?
Is he there? Ty, is he there?
Okay, we can hear him. Anyone else want to talk about this?
Hi.
Yeah, I just want to say it's the best thing you've said all day. I'm joking. No. But it's that. I mean, if that's true, that's music to me, Coach.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, DJ, you have anything to say?
What I'll say on this situation, from what I understand, and I read yesterday, and I think it was a tweet that went out on it. They don't want him. Basically, they don't think he's done enough to earn a contract to come back to Chelsea, and that's because he's not played enough games. I think he's been injured for the majority of the time since he's been there, and I don't think they want him back. Now that's a worry for me in itself, because it's not a worry really, because it looks like what will happen probably he'll come back to Chelsea, and from what I'm understanding from cutting out everything, I don't think Chelsea really want him back, and I think it'll end up being Todd Boehly cutting all ties with him and cutting maybe paying him off and letting him go. That's what I think could happen. Yeah, cut his losses, let him go. But let's see what happens. I mean, there was someone else mentioning that Newcastle could very much be interested in getting him in the summer as well. Now, again, how true that is, I do not know. But that could be a possibility that we could end up flogging off to Newcastle if they want him, and see what happens on that. But yeah, if he, personally, I hope he doesn't come back because of what he said in the past. And people say you should forget about the past, but I can't, because of the interview he did originally. And for me, if he goes,
ingenuous,
he should actually saying that he doesn't want to come back to Chelsea. Chelsea doesn't want him, and just like Vadi said here, Lukaku not welcome. And I think the owners are very much aware the fans will turn against him. I think he's reiterating that, he's reinforcing that because he wants the price to go down. Go ahead, DJ, if you were still talking. Sorry, Ty.
No, bro. Sorry, that's everything. I know Ty wants to come in, bro. Go on, let Ty, because Ty's probably.
All right, go ahead, Ty. DJ always cutting Ty off.
In response to what Daddy said. I was saying that Daddy saying I'm asleep. I'm not asleep. I'm sick, so I've been coughing, so I can't reply.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry to hear that, Ty.
Sorry, but I hope you feel better, mate.
Okay, do you have anything to say about Lukaku, Ty?
This guy.
Yeah, talking of sick, how's I hope you get well soon, Ty. How's my
Ty, get well soon, please. We need you. And you and I will talk later in the evening today. Go ahead, Bobby, sorry.
I was saying, how's Roger doing? He's not been too well either. He's had an operation.
Yeah, that's
Liam Lane is better now, and I hope he gets better. And Roger, you're feeling better. I hope you continue to feel better.
Yeah, I have ups and downs post surgery, you know, but yeah, it's what it is. So, had a brain transplant from a flea. So
whatever it is, bro. I hope you get wherever it is, bro. I wish you better, bro. Whatever it is.
Well, I think good health for all of us. I hope we all get better. So
I want to say this
Ty, we'll talk later in the day. Sorry.
I want to say this has been a really enjoyable show, as they always are, but good, really a lovely panel, and it's an honor to be on here with you, chaps. So thank you.
Except I don't like you, and you know why.
You're Potter's lawyer, bro, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. But DJ, you guys have a gang. It is you, Bobby, and Roger. Always agreeing.
I'm joking, man. I know you're not, bro. I know.
Yeah, and when you're talking or when Bobby is talking, Roger will be going, yeah.
I mean, mind you, I was told I was Timo Werner's lawyer last year, so I can understand.
Oh, you were.
I love Timo.
Timo Werner's lawyer, mate. Yeah, I rated him as a player. Nah, mate, I rated him as a player. I still do. I still think he's an excellent player.
It's just like Johnny Minerals is Mason Mount's lawyer.
100%. Big up to Johnny, by the way, if he's watching.
Big up, Johnny. Yeah, we love you, mate.
Johnny, we love you. Yeah,
what a character Johnny is. And again, greetings to Trauma. Trauma saying, could see like my internet was not working, so that's why I'm late. But lateness is greatness, sister. Nice to see you. God bless you so much for finding time to join. Much love to you. And I think I saw something from Valley asking why, again, should we bring Timo Werner back? I'd say no. Here's the thing why I'm saying that. Check how many teams will play in the Premier League that don't defend deep. That's how many times you see the best out of Timo Werner. The rest, he'd struggle. So he's better off in the Bundesliga.
Liverpool.
Yeah. Blessed weekend, Toma. We'll have an evening show today, so I hope to see you then if you have time, but I totally understand. Bills don't pay themselves. I want to say thank you to Roger, to DJ Sav, to Bobby, and to my brother Titus Stein. Like I said, we'll talk later in the day. I have to run to go help these guys get make something that they eat. I'm at home. My wife is working all night today. And I want to say thank you to Choma for finding the time to join. Valley, Chelsea Dan, my brother and bro, Liam Lane, the captain of the house. Who was Broski? You joined late, but big ups to you and every other person. Sorry, apologies if I'm Valley. Thank you so much for that contribution. Again, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And again, if I missed your name, apologies. I'm only a human being, and I hope to see you guys later today for the evening show. Thanks. God bless us all, and bye.
Peace, everyone.
Bye-bye.